2 days away, the college football playoff begins on Thursday. The semifinals, January 9th and January 10th. Penn State, Notre Dame on Thursday night. And then Friday night, buckle up, 7:30, Texas versus Ohio State. It is a Tolo Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. We appreciate you being with us on this beautiful Tuesday afternoon right here in the upstate of South Carolina. 844-FAN phone, 844-326-3663. That is the same number you've always used to call the show, but now it's the number you use to text the show as well. Diesel, we are 2 days away from what we hope will be a riveting college football playoff semifinals. In the very next segment, we'll get into maybe comparing it to what the FCS does. But as you look at these two games, Penn State, Notre Dame, and then Texas, Ohio State on Friday night, which one of those are you looking forward to the most?
Oh, man, I'm looking forward to Texas, Notre Dame the most, I think. I mean,
Texas, Ohio State.
Yeah. So Texas OU expected to be a high-scoring game. Obviously, you got the Quinn Ewers connection having been at both schools. You got two high-flying offenses. You got Ohio State that's just clubbing people like little baby seals in Alaska lately, just bludgeoning teams.
Has that been happening?
Clubbing baby seals?
In Alaska?
Yeah, I'm sure it is. You read any environmental website, they're doing it, right? It's terrible. It's just a tragedy.
I didn't know. I just didn't want to be left in the dark if something was happening that I didn't know about.
Yeah,
I wanted to know about it. But Notre Dame is Diesel. They're a 2.5-point favorite. We'll start with that one because that's the one on Thursday, 2 days from now. Obviously, we'll have more time to get into Ohio State, Texas on Friday, as that game's at 7:30 Friday night. But Notre Dame, Penn State, I think what college football needs is a game like this where us as fans and us as media really have a hard time gauging and putting a pulse on who will win this game. Notre Dame has a great defense. Penn State's explosive. Penn State might be trying to answer the bell in terms of doing what people like me have said they can't do and win big games. I think for all those who live in the South, this is SEC country. We know that. And Penn State and Notre Dame's not a game that we are normally attracted to. However, I'm very attracted to it. I think it might be I'm telling you, man, it might be one of the best games of the playoffs.
I do wonder if SEC fans are starting to get nervous. I mean, we talked about it last week. Is the SEC starting to slip? As of right now, 3 out of the 4 teams that are still left in this thing are upper Midwest and Northeastern type teams. Even though Notre Dame is not a Big Ten team, they just feel like a Big Ten type of program and type of school. I think SEC fans are getting a little bit nervous as to their dominance and how strong they are. And does it mean that the SEC is falling off and is going to take 10 years to come back into relevance if Texas loses this game? No, it absolutely doesn't mean that. It's just the draw. It's the way it played out. But that's what makes the playoffs so compelling. That's what makes the chaos of these games so much fun. I love the FCS playoffs. Having been a student at a school that was FCS at the time, I loved not knowing where you were going to go play the next week and having a week to figure it out and not knowing where this thing might lead and its twists and its turns. So it's really fascinating to see how this thing is going to play out.
I didn't really consider this, Diesel. Notre Dame played Georgia on Thursday, January 2nd, right? That was last Thursday, so this week's game will be a week. I didn't really consider Notre Dame having a short turnaround, but I was reading this article from Lions 247. It's a Penn State website. Mark Brennan, who is Lions 247 staff, Diesel, he put this out there, and I was reading this earlier, and I just wanted to get the reaction on this because by the time the game plays Thursday night, it'll be a week, right, since they last played. Mark said on Lions 247, people are not putting enough stock in Notre Dame's short turnaround for this matchup. Based on what we've seen from both of these teams in their first 2 respective college football games, it sure seems like the Fighting Irish offense is going to have to reinvent itself in a week, throwing for only 90 yards in one win against Georgia and averaging 145 yards in the air in the opening round against Indiana, Diesel, and the quarterfinals combined will only work against the Nittany Lions if they beat themselves. Could that happen? Sure, the Notre Dame defense excels at creating turnovers, but Penn State has lost only 2 turnovers in the postseason to date and leads the nation in postseason turnover margin at +5. So I thought this snippet from Mark Brennan of Lions 247 was interesting because basically what he's saying is, hey, Notre Dame's offense has been non-existent. And maybe that's something that the media, you and I, the general media, the national media have not talked about enough. And I don't know if I necessarily agree with it being a short turnaround or not.
I don't think that really plays too much. I think it actually is an advantage for Notre Dame to not have the extra time off.
Yeah.
We saw that none of the teams that got the bye advanced past that round, and it's a disadvantage to be sitting longer. Now, will they have to adjust their schedules a little bit because of the night of the week that they're playing? Yeah, they're going to have to adjust. But these kids, I mean, they're used to.
That's nothing for them.
Yeah, I mean, to them, it doesn't matter. I mean, they're not taking classes or anything right now. So all they know is today is Shell's walkthrough day, or it's
That's
shorts and jerseys walkthrough day, and then the next day is install day, and the next day is this day. So I think they're going to be fine, these Notre Dame players, and I think it's more advantageous than it is disadvantageous.
And I think the point that he brings up, and we're going to get to a few comments and texts in a second. We're live on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. You can watch the show there. Diesel, I think the more interesting point that Mark Brennan of Lions 247 brings up is that Notre Dame's offense hasn't really been existent in the playoff. And I might side with that argument more than I would the short turnaround, because a week's a week. You don't need more than a week to play a game, to your point. But, again, I'll go back to what he said. Throwing for only 90 yards against Georgia, averaging 145 yards in the air and against Indiana. Maybe Notre Dame's offense, even though their defense is really good, maybe Notre Dame's offense is the reason that I have leaned, since this matchup was announced, I have leaned Diesel towards Notre Dame the entire time. But after reading this, maybe the offense or the lack thereof in the first 2 games for Notre Dame is the reason that other people who are betting on this game and myself might sway toward Penn State, because as of right now, on the 7th of January, 2 days prior to the game, I truly have no idea who I'm going to pick. But now I'm leaning Penn State.
Yeah, you go back to Notre Dame's game against Georgia. They only managed 1 offensive touchdown in that game. And, hey, it certainly helps when you have guys, taking back 98-yard touchdown runs and you've got a kicker who doesn't miss. That certainly helps. But, yeah, against a team like Penn State and Drew Aller, who's finding himself, especially over the back half of this season, to be able to have support behind you, even when you're not scoring offensively, and being able to put up points. I mean, the question is scoring 25-ish points going to be enough to beat this Penn State team that scored 38 against SMU and scored 31 against Boise State? Granted, they've been doing it, Penn State has, against weaker competition defensively than I think what Notre Dame is going to put up.
No, it's interesting. And again, that might be the reason I do sway. I think I was leaning Notre Dame the entire time. So that's the question to open the show on Wire to Wire. What will happen 2 days out in your mind, the TOLOs, that stands for Turn On, Leave On. In your mind, what will happen in these Final Four games this weekend, or the Final Four, the last 2 games of the semifinal, if you will? What will happen in your mind? Phone lines are open, 844-FAN-PHONE. That's 844-326-3663. You use the same number now to text the show, 844-FAN-PHONE. What do you see playing out in your mind? I may change my mind between now and then. But as of right now, after doing a little reading, after doing a little research, and you're right, Penn State's offense is really good. Drew Aller, over 3,000 yards on the season. Allen, their running back, 1,000-yard back. They have a 1,000-yard receiver. They're explosive. They're a really good offense. I think I'm leaning Penn State as of today. Yeah. That may change tomorrow. That may change Thursday. But how crazy is it for me to be saying I'm leaning Penn State after all season long dogging the crap out of them?
Well, Penn State was able to just hold down Ashton Genty, a guy that a lot of people thought deserved to win the Heisman this year. They held him down considerably in their matchup. Now, the one interesting thing about this Notre Dame team is they have Jeremiah Love, who's a fantastic running back, 1,000 yards on the season.
Yep.
And Riley Leonard can also do it with his legs. He's got 831 yards on the season. So you almost have 2,000-yard rushing running backs on this team. And by the way, as a matter of fact, the running back number 2, Jadarian Prince for Notre Dame, also very, very good. I mean, think about this. They have their two leading rushers combined, not including Riley Leonard at quarterback, have 1,800 yards. I mean, you've got a 720-yard running back, Jadarian Prince, right behind Jeremiah Love. This is a two-headed, even a three-headed monster running the football. And if you can't get it done in the air with Riley Leonard, you've got two really good running backs that can pick up yards.
So to your point about Riley Leonard, that might be a good thing, but it also might be a bad thing. Here's why. Their running back Love was limited to 6 carries for 19 yards. He was battling an injury. The only explosive run of the game, Diesel, came from Riley Leonard that you mentioned. He had 14 carries for 80 yards. He had 1 rush for 32 yards. And here's what's crazy. Here's what's mind-boggling. The longest passing play of the game for Notre Dame was 14 yards.
That's it.
14 yards was the longest pass play of the entire game. The second longest was a 13-yard touchdown after I believe it was when Kirby Smart and the Gunnar Stockton had the fumble, if you will, the game management whiff, is what I'll call it. But the Irish scored right before the half, ran back the opening kickoff, and that was that. Notre Dame's offense, to your point, you said they scored 1 offensive touchdown. It's been pretty non-existent. So that's what concerns me. So to answer my own question, before we get to a couple of texts, I do think Penn State wins. I think Penn State will advance. And then in the other side, Texas, Ohio State, what do we see happening? If you just tuned into the show, that's the question we're asking. Good to see Tiger Stripes Media on the YouTube stream, as well as Madcraft, 41 others watching right now. Diesel, I like Penn State to advance. Texas, Ohio State, I think Texas's defense will provide a little bit of a challenge. But in the end, I think Ohio State, when they're on, I think they're too explosive for anybody. Mm-hmm. And I think we're going to – listen to this. This is crazy. I think we're going to have an Ohio State, Penn State national championship. Ohio State, Penn State national. I really do.
A matchup from earlier in the season.
I think so, man.
That we thought was going to be a coming out party for Drew Aller and Penn State.
And they played them close, didn't they? I think.
Yeah, it was a close game, but it was they didn't score much. I think it was a relatively – let me go back and find the score of that game. I do remember it being close. 20-13 was the final score.
So it was low
in that
scoring.
Game. Yeah. Low-scoring game at Penn State. We thought maybe in Happy Valley, like I said, this would be the coming out party for Penn State. I mean, they could have potentially put Ohio State in a real dark spot middle part of the season. Obviously, a 2-loss Ohio State team still would have gone on to make the college football playoff, or excuse me, a 3-loss Ohio State team, and they may have still been in that position. But they certainly would have had a much tougher road to get where they are. It's just proof that you can't look at wins and losses strictly as how you put together a playoff bracket. You can't look at strength of schedule strictly as how you put together a playoff bracket. You have to figure out a way to make an algorithm of all of these factors and decide who ultimately should be in the college football playoff. I'm with you on your Penn State pick. I do like that one. Okay. I like Penn State edging out Notre Dame. I don't think they're going to blow the doors off of them. And this could certainly be a game where Riley Leonard wakes up and can put some more touchdown drives together. But I do think Penn State wins that game. Back over to Ohio State, Texas. I think Ohio State covers. I think you could set this spread at 9 and Ohio State covers. I just think they're really, really good. And maybe –
what is it, 6?
It is 6. Maybe yeah. Texas kind of unleashed all of the emotional capital they had to beat Arizona State last week. And maybe they just – if Ohio State comes out swinging and they put up 2 touchdowns in the first quarter, this game could be over by halftime. Sure. I mean, Texas put up 14 points in the first quarter against Arizona State and then let ASU come back in the fourth quarter. And ultimately got into overtime, 2 overtimes, and Texas was able to win that game. But, I mean, they weren't really prolific offensively. I mean, in regulation, they just had 24 points. right? So you can't look at the 39 points that they had against Arizona State and say that is an explosive output. It's good, but you had 2 additional periods to go get those 39 points.
I predicted Ohio State to win it all before the season started, but if you would have told me, Diesel, hey, Ohio State's going to play Penn State in the national championship, I just said, what, are you kidding me? By the way, if that were to happen, Ohio State leads the series 24-8, 14-2 at home. They have a 8-game win streak. The first matchup was October 30th, 1993. Ohio State won 24-6. And Diesel, in their last 10 matchups, Ohio State's 9-1. 9-1 in their last 10 matchups. So they've dominated, man. They've really dominated. If it were to happen again, Ohio State would probably be favored. As Diesel said a minute ago, that game did happen during the regular season. So you and I are both in agreement that we're looking at Ohio State versus Penn State national championship. And as you said, I agree with you. I would have Ohio State winning. All right, what's the Tolo saying?
Madcraft says, reminder, Texas has still not played anyone. Well, they played a conference champion winning Arizona State. Like, does that not count?
Did they play Georgia?
Yeah. I mean, come on, Madcraft. If you're gonna gas up the ACC champions, and if you're gonna gas up teams that didn't even play in the ACC championship game, then you've got to show some respect to a team that won the Big 12.
Mad says Ohio State by 13 plus. Notre Dame wins a close one over Penn. Okay, so going there. Let's see. Kane says Diesel and Cole produce high energy, expecting this to be a high energy show to make up for Rob's low energy this morning. Is that sarcastic? Rob, low energy? Never heard that in the same sentence before. Madcraft says he was hungover from Raw last night. WWE. Raw.
I caught a few minutes of the show that comes on after us.
I thought you were about to say you caught a few minutes of Raw.
No.
I was about to do this. Look.
Or you could just say, get out. Walk out of the No,
I truly did. I was like, oh my gosh.
No,
he's watch wrestling.
I'm not watching. I got better things to do than watch wrestling. I got laundry to do. Yeah. I need to clean out the dog, clean out the air filters in the house. Things like that. No, I caught a few minutes of the show that comes on after us, and you and I, we joke off the air. I'm not going to tell people what it is that we say, but we joke about the show that comes on after us, and the host of that show, who screams into the microphone every single time he comes on. And on that particular night that I was listening, Rob Brown was co-hosting the show, and it's like putting 2 different kinds of gasoline in the same tank and lighting it on fire. It's just explosive. Yeah. And I'm telling you, man, like, I was exhausted after about 5 minutes of listening to that show.
On the text line, 844-FAN phone, 844-326-3663. Texter says this comes from the 201. Super excited for Penn State versus Notre Dame, so we can all see a preview of Abdul Carter as the Panthers will select him 8th overall. Panthers need an edge like that guy. I agree. I just don't know if he'll fall to 8th.
I mean, so many of the mocks have him have him falling that low.
It'd be great.
Yeah.
Texter from the 344 says some idiot said Riley Leonard is the best remaining quarterback in the playoffs after only throwing for 230 yards in 2 games. Wow, no, there's no chance, right? Right. That's a good question, though, Texter. Of the 4 teams remaining, Riley Leonard, I'd say he's probably third. I think you have to, at this point right now, say Will Howard and Quinn Ewers are the 2 best quarterbacks, right? And then you can go to Penn State and Notre Dame. But Diesel, I can't put Riley Leonard, who, again, eye test is important to me. And I know stats are important as well. But the eye test, Riley Leonard's a good quarterback, but is Riley Leonard a guy that takes your team from good to great? I don't know that he is.
Tiger Stripes Media, which wasn't that Brian Pettit? I believe that was Brian Pettit, who is Tiger Stripes Media.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. I had no idea.
Asks if anybody's going to watch the live stream of Tiger Woods Indoor Golf League on ESPN tonight. Well, is it on ESPN or is it a live stream? I don't know which. What's the point of indoor golf? I mean,
I didn't know. This is the first I've heard about it.
I would rather go watch the seniors hit golf balls at Topgolf.
Yeah.
Indoor golf. What is that?
I'm not sure. Again, Brian, Tiger Stripes Media, let me know.
How do you build a building other than like hollowing it out of Costco?
Yeah.
Big enough to put to put an event like that in.
Real quick, before we run, Dewey wants to chime in on the phone lines, 844-326-3663, our daily. Dewey, what's up, Dewey?
Yes, I think Penn State would beat Ohio State in a rematch.
Wow. Why do you think that?
Because of the rematch, and they already played them one time already.
Okay.
I mean, it's hard to beat a team
State
twice.
Cheated. They cheated.
How so? What proof do you have?
They're on steroids.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Dewey. 844-FAN phone. That's the way you can get in touch with the show.
Speaking of which, we were talking about the mock drafts. I mean, everybody's got Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Shadur Sanders going 1, 2, 3 pretty much. You can shuffle the orders a little bit. But here's where it gets really interesting. What are the Patriots going to do at 4?
Right.
I mean, they've got this. I'm on USA Today's mock right now. They got Will Campbell, offensive tackle out of LSU, going to the Patriots. They've got Will Johnson, a cornerback from Michigan, going to Jacksonville. Of course, McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona. He's going to be a hot name. He's going to be up there. But they've got defensive lineman Mason Graham from Michigan going to the Jets, and then Abdul Carter, edge rusher, going to Penn State. I mean, you got to look at all these teams, the Jets, the Raiders, the Jags, and Patriots, and say, do none of those teams need an elite pass rusher?
Listen, if they can get them, hats off to them. I was indeed looking at that same CBS mock draft a couple of days ago. ESPN just released theirs today, Diesel. We'll get into the ESPN mock draft at 5, see if there's any difference of opinion between the ESPN and CBS. But no, I'm total agreement. We'll rehash it later. But if he's there at 5 or at 8, the Panthers, I think it's a no-brainer, like David Newton said yesterday.
When we come back, Cole, last night we crowned a national champion at the FCS level. I love the FCS playoffs. I've always said that they're more compelling than the Power Conference playoffs, but are they really? We'll talk about that next on the Fan Upstate. I mean, y'all act like Alabama is the most dominant college football program we've ever seen. But did you know that North Dakota State, the Bison, they don't like being called the Bison.
Oh, see, I
they
messed up last
pluralize
night.
it by calling themselves the Bison.
I said Bison.
They finished their season last night 14-2 with their 10th national championship. By the way, they were D2 like a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So I remember Cole being in line to get into a playoff game. I was still a student, so this would have been 2005-ish. And we were playing South Dakota State or whoever and chopping it up with fans trying to get into the stadium. And one of those fans to me said, hey, y'all need to watch out for North Dakota State, D2 school. They're coming. They had just moved up into D2 and they were about to head up into FCS like a year or two after that. They were in their transition period. And good God, has North Dakota State come into FCS and not just planted their flag right at midfield of an entire sport? It's absurd how many national championships North Dakota State has won. They've produced NFL quarterbacks. I wouldn't say NFL caliber quarterbacks because Trey Lance ended up not being.
No, he's not. He's on my Cowboys too.
But how about this, Cole? The Dakotas, North Dakota State and South Dakota State have won 12 of the last 14 national championships.
Pretty good
at the FCS level. Sam Houston won one. James Madison won one in 2020 and 2016, respectively. But the Dakotas are just owning the sport of college football at the FCS level. And it's just absurd what they've been able to do. And they've been able to do it now with, I think, 4 or so different head coaches. I mean, think about this. Think how hard it is to hire an elite level head coach at any level of any sport. And they've done it again and again and again and again in a row. And that deserves a heck of a lot of commendation.
So I watched last night. I'll give you my thoughts on that, but I also will give you a story since you gave me a story. My first night when I moved to Texas, the first night I was there, I drove out. It was the day after Thanksgiving, Diesel, Black Friday. I drove on Black Friday all day long, got to Texas, went and ate at a barbecue restaurant that everybody tell me to go to. That Friday night, I walked in this barbecue restaurant. Never been to Texas, just moved there, U-Haul in the parking lot, and there's yellow and green everywhere. And I'm thinking, what is this? Who is yellow and green in the state of Texas that I've missed, haven't heard about? I'm thinking it's a high school. No, not. I'm talking.
You thought it was Baylor, didn't
hundreds of people. Yeah, I mean, an hour
you
from
Baylor fans were there.
It was North Dakota State. They're playing in Frisco. They were there. The game was earlier that day. They won. Again, that was like their 8th or 9th freaking national championship ever. Last night's game, I was talking to a buddy of mine this morning about it, Travis. Last night's game was phenomenal. You and I teased it yesterday that last night's game, the playoff might be better than what we're getting in the FBS. Last night's football game by itself was as good as Diesel, any college football national champion or any college football playoff game we've seen thus far.
Yeah.
Montana State was a good team, but even though they were favored, North Dakota State dominated the whole game.
Montana State was 15-0 coming to this game. Yeah. I mean, if any time there was going to be a changing of the guard at the top of the FCS level, it should have been last night. Montana State had been running roughshod over everyone all season long, and then they went, bam, head-to-head with the Bison, and they couldn't get it done. Now, North Dakota State came out early, scored a lot of points. They scored 14 unanswered in the first quarter of that football game. Give Montana State a lot of credit for being able to come back and score 15 unanswered in the third quarter, and it made it a really tight football game. And then it was just back and forth after that point. So what a great football game we saw. North Dakota State's Cam Miller went 19 of 22 for 199 yards, 2 touchdowns, and another 121 on the ground. Just an absurd football player. Montana State's Tommy Mellett went 13 of 24 for 195 through the air, 2 touchdowns, and 135 on the ground. So I think you had 2 extremely evenly matched teams going head-to-head at each other. And by the way, Bryce Lance, Trey's younger brother, caught 9 passes, showed out for 107 yards and a touchdown in that game. So just a great football game, and I feel for any of you who didn't watch it. I mean, if I know this is coming up tonight, but if you were paying attention to Tiger Woods Indoor Golf Simulator Extravaganza and not watching the FCS National Championship game, you missed out.
It was a great game, Diesel. On Twitter last night, I asked the question during the game, and I wanted to get your thoughts on this too, in the thoughts of our Tolos. Why, when you watch this, you see talent everywhere. You see big guys, you see fast guys. Why are none of these guys good enough to be recruited to FBS? I mean, I'm watching last night sitting there thinking, oh my word, North Dakota State's quarterback's insane. He literally, one of the touchdowns, one of the first two, did a flip, got hit in the head, thought he had a concussion to score the touchdown. They are uber talented. The offensive linemen look all like NFL linemen. The defensive line, they all look really good. And I have no idea as to why they aren't those guys. And look, you go there, it's a great place to go, but why those guys aren't getting recruited to FBS schools, well, that's something that's mind-boggling.
Yeah, I mean, think about when you see the tiny college football running back, and for some reason, there were brothers that played at Oregon State, the Rogers brothers, Jaquiz, and the other one whose name I can't recall. Jaquiz was the running back, and his brother, I think, was the wide receiver. Anyway, they were both tiny guys playing at smaller programs. Yeah, I think when you're a recruiter at the FBS level, you're recruiting for Georgia or Florida or Tennessee. You look for the big guy who's quick first, rather than the small guy who's quick. And I know that sounds extremely obvious, but you've got a guy, maybe you're just looking for the guy that can hold up to the punishment of playing at the SEC level. There's a reason why you get huge dudes. You get a bunch of beasts playing in the SEC, and then all the players in the ACC just look a little bit smaller.
Yeah, they do. They look a little bit smaller. You can notice the size difference. And one question that I get a lot of times, Diesel, and I don't want to say it all comes down to size and height, but one thing that I do get a lot, and JD brought up on the YouTube stream about this, and I'm going into this now, at the high school level, covering athletes here locally and across the state, I get asked all the time, Cole, why is that guy not going anywhere? Yeah. Well, the real reason is because he's 2 inches too short. And I mean that literally, because colleges, you go to Clemson, you go wherever, if you're only 6'1" and not 6'3", I'm not saying you have to be a skyscraper, but for whatever reason, whether it makes sense or whether it doesn't make sense, height matters to college recruiters and college coaches.
Yeah, I mean, they want the big body guys on their rosters, and the small guys, even if they're really, really good players, they end up being at the FCS level until they prove themselves. And some of them ultimately get that shot down the road. There's the guys that aren't quite big enough. They realize they can put weight on them if they need to, but you can't put height on somebody. And that's one of those situations why it shocks me. A guy like Tua ended up, not Tua, but Bryce Young ended up being a starter at Alabama. I mean, Bryce Young, by all accounts, should have been an elite FCS type of quarterback. He should have been, just absurd playing for James Madison when they were still FCS, or playing for Incarnate Word out of Texas. But I mean, Nick Saban recognized something out of him. Some of these coaches do recognize something out of these guys. I mean, think about it this way. Not that he ended up being exceptional at South Carolina, but Juice Wells started at as an FCS recruit. So now we see a lot more movement in the sport. We see these guys who can be pulled up to a higher level. You get ignored by the FBS schools when you're being recruited because you're only 6 feet tall and not 6'3". You go down there, you ball out at an FCS school, you ball out at Samford, you ball out at UT Chattanooga, and then all of a sudden, bam, Vanderbilt's interested in you. Tennessee is interested in you. And that's how these guys can move out of that level. Now, is it good for the FCS schools to essentially be a feeder? No, it sucks for those schools. It sucks for any school that's not a blue blood that is having players stripped from you constantly. I was even listening to, I think it was the it was the Kentucky basketball game the other day. And I heard the play-by-play commentator say, isn't it great? Isn't it great that this kid who was recruited at a mid-major, they can all move up and play at a bigger level? Well, that's great for the Kentuckys of the world. That's great for the Kansases of the world, but that's awful for the mid-majors who are recognizing that this is great talent and we want to have them on our rosters, and we know they can be very good basketball players. And then as soon as as soon as you do a good job of recognizing and developing a player, somebody else can just come along and throw $100,000 in his bank account and take him away.
And how amazing is it, though, when you watch last night's game? If you did, fantastic. If you didn't, I hate it for you because you missed a really awesome football game.
Please go back and watch it.
It was
watch
great.
It on demand.
But how awesome is it to see, like, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen there, so don't hear me say that. But you and I have the conversation of the Miami's Cam Wards. We have the conversation of the players sitting out in the second half. We have the conversations of all these players at the FBS level who are only focused on the NFL. Don't misinterpret what I'm saying here and say that this doesn't happen at the FCS level. But I watched a couple of playoff games, and obviously the regular season games, Diesel, aren't televised throughout the season on ESPN, so it's not like they're on TV every weekend. But the passion that these guys play with, I mean, it is so refreshing. I don't know what it is. I have no idea. I can't put a finger on it, but I love watching FCS football. Last night's game was fantastic. I did make a little small bet on the game last night. North Dakota State, by the way, even though they've been predominantly, what was it, 10? JB, did you say 10? 10 national championships now total?
Yeah.
Even though they've been the team.
10 out of 14.
They were underdogs last night. Think about that. And Montana State was good. The quarterback won the FCS Best Player Award, and Montana State was a very good team.
Peyton?
Yeah, that's it. He won. Their Montana State quarterback won that award. I was really impressed with him. But, man, North Dakota State, you're talking about a team that's been there, that all week long probably had the conversations of, hey, we were underdogs, but yet we've won this thing 9 times. Why are we underdogs? It was a lot of fun.
And I teased into this segment, are these FCS playoffs really better than what we're seeing out of the FBS playoffs so far? And, of course, it's difficult to compare a tournament of 24 teams to a tournament of 12 teams. It's a different beast, right? But it is fascinating to see, Cole, that as you go round by round by round in the FCS playoffs, you get tighter and tighter and tighter games as you move down the line. Now, obviously, the finals were decided by 3 points. The semifinals, I looked these up: Montana State, South Dakota State, and then North Dakota State versus South Dakota State. You had an average margin of victory of 10.5 points in those 2 games. The NDSU, they only got past South Dakota State by 7 points last week. And then you go one level higher than that up to the quarterfinals. Then you get into blowouts in the FCS playoffs of 27.5 points was the average margin of victory. So I think that right there, and you could probably historically look this up and get a better sense, but I think you could see right there that going past an Elite 8 or going up to 16 teams, that's when you're going to start seeing more and more blowouts. And this is proof, ultimately, that 16 teams are not comprised of enough teams that can go out and win a national championship. If you want to keep it to teams that can go win a title, you probably need to keep this thing to 8 teams, 12 teams, and not go any bigger.
Well, again, I said it last week. You continue to let more and more teams in that aren't as good. Guess what you're going to have? You're going to have games that aren't close.
Well, to that point, the average margin of victory between the first round college football playoff games and the quarterfinals, you combine them, it's about 16 points.
Wow. How about that? All right, coming up next, I pose a question to you Tolos out there, especially the Clemson fans in the audience here in the upstate, here in Spartanburg, here in Greenville, Anderson, wherever you may be listening. Could Dabo Swinney's hire of defensive coordinator be important enough that it dictates where the program goes? Your thoughts, ours as well, next. little breaking news, Diesel, just popped up on my phone. Tolos, NFL fans, the Raiders have fired head coach Antonio Pierce.
Wow.
So there's one more to add.
Is that 5 now?
I think
5
so.
total head coaching positions that are open?
Add one more to the docket. So Antonio Pierce did not last long. Gerard Mayo, Antonio Pierce, new coaches did not have a long tenure at their destination. So a little bit of breaking news there. We'll have some more Daily Wires for you at 4:45.
You know, if you're an elite college head coach, why would you want to make your way into the NFL? Like why? I mean, I get that if you get fired in the NFL, you got a golden parachute. And let's not cry for these guys, Argentina, when they're making tremendous amounts of money and they've got fantastically lucrative buyouts. So if they get fired, they're going to be fine. I mean, the only thing that's bruised is their ego. And a lot of them end up getting jobs again down the road. I mean, remember Vrabel got fired from Tennessee and Tennessee sucked. And now he's the hottest candidate. You know, what amount of good does time do for you? Gives you a long stretch there, a couple years off as a head coach, and all of a sudden, everybody wants you all over again.
It's interesting.
But why would Dabo Swinney, and this is a conversation that people have been having for years to get us back on track, people have been saying for years that, Dabo is going to make the jump to the NFL. He's not going to want to deal with this NIL and transfer portal business. He's going to go to the NFL. Well, why would Dabo Swinney want that job if he's looking across the landscape and he's seeing multiple head coaches getting fired after just 1 year?
Yeah, you got to win. You got to win. Situation's important, but you have to win in the NFL.
It feels like this is becoming hockey where some teams will go through multiple head coaches in a season.
Yeah, it happens. It really does. So we'll continue to monitor to see if any more or any other NFL coaches get the axe. But I do want to ask the question, and I know we're short on time, so we can revisit this later in the program. To you Clemson fans out there, though, and not just Clemson fans in particular, but college football fans, Diesel, especially here in the upstate. You know, I was thinking about this yesterday with Dabo Swinney and the hire of the defensive coordinator that he now has to make with Wes Goodwin being dismissed from the program. Could this hire have so much weight that it dictates where the program goes? Here's what I mean. We know, you and I both know, that Clemson, when they won their national championships, Brent Venables had a large part, had a lot to do with those national championships. Brent Venables had a lot to do with the success that Clemson had. And Dabo Swinney will make no bones about it. He credits Brent Venables and what he did for the program. We also know, on the same hand, that Clemson this year was really good offensively, and they could not stop anybody. We also see, Diesel,
wasting offensive performance,
and that's what I'm saying. That's where I'm getting at. We also see that when you want to go to the mountaintop, whether it be Clemson teams in the past or you name it teams of the past, you've got to have balance. You've got to be able to score points, but also the old adage of defense winning championships still reigns true. So that's where I go. Could this hire be so important that it dictates the trajectory of the program to either get them back to winning national championships, or just where they were this year, Diesel, in making the playoffs, winning the ACC, which is a horrible conference in my opinion, and getting, won and barbecued. That's where we are now, and I do believe that this hire for Dabo is going to be very, very important.
Well, yeah, it's going to be key. You can't win at the highest level of college football being an incomplete football team. Again, not breaking news. If you're just okay to fare at one important element of the game, you're not going to be successful. I mean, and think about it a couple years ago when Iowa's defense was just lights out, but they couldn't score. You're not going to get anywhere if you can't score. If you can't put up minimum 27 points on most college football teams, I don't care how good your defense is, you're not going to get anywhere in this game. You're going to lose a bunch of football games. You're not going to make the playoff. It is what it is. This hire here is absolutely crucial, Cole. And I'm going to be interested to watch years down the road, and 3, 4, 5 years from now, how coordinator salaries are going to change. Because if you want, again, what I just said, if you get into the college football playoff, if you're incomplete, you are not going to be successful. Well, coordinator positions are almost as important as the head coach, especially if you've got a CEO style of head coach who, kind of oversees things, kind of helps strategize on things, but he lets his OC and lets his DC run things. You know, that's an incredibly important job that's worth a lot of money. So you're going to see these DC hires and OC hires getting paid a ton of money.
On the stream, Kane says if Dabo doesn't hire an elite DC, that's a proven winner, and they aren't undefeated, the season will be a failure. JD says, I think they're going to hang their hat on Klubnik and Riley going into their third year together on offense. Just need a competent defense. T-Swizzle, defense is absolutely loaded with talent next year. We know that Dabo Swinney and Clemson recruits well enough to have dudes on the defensive side. They had plenty of talent there this year, and I said I thought they left meat on the bone this year when it comes to not being as good as they should have been. But I'm just saying that when you talk about going from good to great, when you talk about going from the first round of the playoffs, Diesel, to winning a national championship, there has to be something that puts you over the edge. There has to be an X factor. And I believe that Brent Venables was that X factor for Clemson. Since his departure, they have not had that X factor. So I do believe that this hire for Dabo of defensive coordinator is so vital that if he does not get it right, Clemson will continue to be good, but they will not be elite.
Who was the texter that said undefeated or bust for Clemson next year?
Let's see.
Who said that? Undefeated or bust?
I think it was Kane.
Wow.
Yeah, Kane.
When you're hosting LSU and then you've got road games at Georgia Tech, which I think that's going to be a more difficult game than it's ever been or has been in a long time. You got a road game at Louisville, going to be a tough game. And now a road game at Bill Belichick's North Carolina Tar Heels. That's going to be tough. SMU is going to take a step back. Florida State, who knows? I mean, can they put together another magical roster? I don't know. But then, of course, you've got on the road at South Carolina. Undefeated or bust is a tall task for Clemson in 2025. When we come back, Cole, let's talk about this. How do you feel about the players that are on your rosters? If players are transferring in and out constantly, are you still as invested in the players as you used to be? That's coming up next right here on 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg, and everywhere you are on the free Odyssey app. Special weather alerts.
Bum, 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 bum. Is that right?
Yeah, since Madcraft wasn't aware that there was going to be a hurricane last time. And of
I
course,
didn't know there was a hurricane
we
coming.
say this all in love and jest. Madcraft, after Helene came through, was blowing up our web stream saying, how come nobody was talking about this hurricane that was coming? And I'm like, Madcraft, everybody was talking about there being a hurricane coming. Now, they didn't know. They didn't project that it was going to turn kind of northeast towards us. They thought it was going to go west towards Georgia. But everybody knew there was a hurricane coming. You didn't know there was a hurricane coming. That's not the world's fault. That's your fault. So I just want to be extra careful here and let Madcraft know, in case he hasn't been paying attention to the weather, there's possible snow coming on Friday.
Tolo Phil on the text line said, patiently waiting on Chief Meteorologist Cole Bryson's forecast today. Tolo Phil, my models have shown, I'm glad you asked, my models have shown that that more and more numbers are coming in. I'm still totaling numbers. I saw that phrase today, Diesel, in a post. So, Phil, to answer your question, my latest models have shown more and more numbers coming in that have to be totaled. Once I total the numbers, I'll have those for you sometime later on in the show, but it looks as if we're going to get more red color down our way than the purples and greens and yellows. So whatever that means, be prepared. Tolo, Phil, appreciate you. Look, that's what I'm here to do. I really am. But, yeah, Madcraft, there's snow coming, just FYI.
Yeah, it could be kind of significant. Anywhere between 2 and 9 inches of snow. Now, 2 inches of snow, that's nothing. Don't freak out, everybody. Don't freak out over 2 inches of snow. You're going to be fine. If you don't have a car that can't drive in the snow, don't drive in the snow. Just don't do it.
Good advice.
Don't do it. Like, if you got a front-wheel drive car, you're probably going to be okay, unless you got to go up and down steep hills. If you got a 4-wheel drive car, you're going to be better off.
I'm excited.
If you don't have any of those things, go get what you need now.
Yeah.
Do it now. Do it on your way home from work today, or Uber Eats it, or have it delivered to your house.
I'll do it. I'll deliver it for a small fee of $1,000. You just let me know.
You'd be willing to do that for people?
Yeah, for a small fee.
Look at you.
Hey, man. I'm excited for the possibility of breaking the 4-wheeler out. It's been a long time since I've been able to break the 4-wheeler out in the snow.
Now, that's service. That's service. You can't put a price on service like that.
I'm telling you, man, I'm excited. We'll see. I might be able to. Well, I'm still optimistic. I still think we're going to get a dusting, but maybe I'll be wrong.
Yeah, and just so you know, some driving tips for when it's snowing: steer into the skid. Yeah. If you start to skid a little bit, if the ass end of the car starts coming out right a little bit, like you're drifting, turn the wheel to the right.
To the right, yeah, that's right.
You turn into the skid. Give yourself extra time and extra room to slow down.
Biggest driving tip that I could give is just don't drive.
That's true.
Don't get out in the snow.
Don't run. Like, look, JD says people can't drive around here when it's dry, much less when there's any kind of precipitation.
If it snows enough, I'm going to drive my 4-wheeler all the way to Diesel's house in Greenville, pick him up. We're going to go deliver bread and milk to all the Tolos everywhere.
Here's what we do, man. We need, can you fit a box on the back of your 4-wheeler somehow?
Yeah.
We need to put a crate on the back of your 4-wheeler and load in like half gallons of milk.
Oh, yeah.
And go door to door to door.
Sell
and
them.
say for $20, I'll sell you a half gallon of milk.
It's a good idea.
Because otherwise you can't go out and get it yourself.
But I don't believe that people, when it snows, actually drink milk and eat the bread. I don't know why they buy it.
Why do you do that?
But it's weird. Hey, real quick.
Plus, how does milk go bad when it's cold outside? True. You just put your milk outside.
Throw it in the yard.
Yeah.
Honey, throw the milk in the yard. That easy. Real quick, Diesel, before you get to your topic, a little bit of breaking news that did come in for South Carolina women's basketball. Some bad news as we just got an email during the break. Ashlyn Watkins has suffered a torn ACL. She suffered that during the Mississippi State game and will miss the remainder of the season. Watkins' season closes with her ranked 4th in the SEC in blocks. She was 2nd on the team in rebounding and averaged 7.2 points through 14 games. So wasn't lighting up the scoreboard. However, a pretty important piece in Ashlyn Watkins, who has torn her ACL for Dawn Staley's team. That's a big loss.
So, Cole, the question I wanted to get to here in this segment, and this is kind of a general, how are people feeling about the athletes that play for their schools? do you have any emotional connection to the players that play for your teams anymore? I mean, think about the guys that were around 10 years ago that you were like, those are the greats, right? Those are the ones, the names that will go down forever as elite players at your school, the ones that you would think they would build a statue for. Do you feel that way about any of the guys on your school's roster anymore? I mean, look, Malik Benson, who was at Florida State and was at Alabama, is now wanting to transfer to Oregon. Do you think if he was great at Florida State, anybody's going to care 3 years from now? If he was good at Alabama, is anybody going to care 3 years from now? I mean, do you care less about the players who said, thanks for the memories, but we're gone. I'm gone. I'm out of here. I'm going to chase the bag somewhere else. Do you find yourself caring about your rosters less and less these days?
I believe, Diesel, for this very topic, I believe perception is reality. What I mean by that is, for whatever reason, college football fans, prior to NIL, prior to the transfer portal, college football fans believed, and I'm not saying all fans, but a lot of fans believed that the sport was flawless, the sport was pure. There was nothing happening in the sport of college football that would taint the way you feel as a fan about a player.
Does it get scratchy when you pull the wool over your eyes like that?
A little bit. So that's where I'm going. I believe in this situation, perception's reality. And what I mean is there were so many fans that were shook with NIL and the portal that now, for whatever reason, all of a sudden, they're not as loyal to the players anymore because they know they're getting paid as they were when they didn't know what was happening.
Well, it begs the question, why should I invest in any of the players on my favorite team anymore? Why should I care? I mean, App State just went through having a good quarterback in Joey Aguilar. Set the single season touchdown record last year. Had a really good year offensively this year as well, but the team had no defense, couldn't help him out on defense. And he was able to take advantage of the same rule that Diego Pavia at Vanderbilt took advantage of, and basically have his JUCO year or years stricken from his record. And he's headed off to UCLA to play football at UCLA. I don't know if he'll be a starter there or not, but as much as I appreciated the time and the efforts and the accolades that Joey Aguilar achieved while in Boone, it kind of taints it and kind of puts a sour taste in my mouth. Like, why should I care about you? So here's a great example of this, Cole. I have a Twitter group on my phone, in my Twitter, a list, where I started a list of all former App State players because I care about what happens to them down the road. Like, I want to know, is Kevin Richardson, a running back who was there in the 2000s, what's he up to these days?
Yeah.
I want to know what's going on with Devin Stringer. I want to know what's going on with Darrington Evans, who spent a couple years in the NFL. I care about what happens to those players after they leave and go off into the NFL and go off into life.
See, but I think you're rare.
Am I rare for that?
I think so. I think you
do.
are.
Many people care about that? Like, South Carolina fans, if Juice Wells had been amazing for you, transferred in, and been amazing for you for a couple of years, wouldn't you have lifted him up and kind of put him on your shoulders, even if just mentally, and thought, man, what happens to that guy down the road is something that I really care about?
They care. Fans, I say fans care as long as that player makes the program look good. For example, I'll tell you what I love about Clemson and South Carolina games that you and I go to and cover during the season. I love when Clemson and South Carolina show their NFL video, right? It happens throughout the game at some media time, whatever, some random spot where they have about 3 to 4 minutes, maybe the end of a quarter. Diesel, Clemson or South Carolina, they have Gamecocks in the NFL, right? And they go through and show all the Gamecocks and all the Tigers that are in the NFL and show the team. And you hear the crowd roar and cheer when this person comes up and when that person comes up. Yeah. So that's where my mind goes. I think as long as they benefit the program or still benefiting the program, they're all in. They're loving the fact that Alshon Jeffrey or whoever it is still representing the Gamecocks, or a Clemson player still representing Clemson the right way. But I don't know that in this era of college football play. I think you're rare.
How do you make that video 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, how do you edit that video and include more recent players?
Yeah.
Not necessarily at Clemson, because they do have a better retention rate than most schools do. And their stars don't typically bounce and go somewhere. I mean, imagine here for a moment if Cade Klubnik said, you know what? It's been fun, Clemson. I've got one more year to go. Look how good I was this year at quarterback. I'm out. I'm going to go to Arkansas, or I'm going to go to Tennessee, or something like that. Somewhere that needed a quarterback. Would you look back less favorably, or would you care less about Cade Klubnik in the future because he decided, you know what? I'm not feeling this school. I'm out. You don't mean as much to me as I mean to you.
That's right. And I think they would. I think a lot of fans would. We're going to get to the phones. John Dog agrees with me. He said, that's rare, Diesel. Not many people care that much.
And look, I add guys to that list when they come into my school's program. I add them to that list because I want to know what they tweet about. I want to know down the road what happens to them. But when they decide to leave to transfer somewhere else, I take them off the list. I unfollow them. I don't care. Like I unfollowed Joey Aguilar. I took him off the list. I don't care what happens to him anymore.
Boy, did he know
he left.
Him leaving got you off of his list. if he don't know that, I bet he'd still be there.
Yeah.
Bobby says you're basically just renting players year to year. There's no reason to get attached anymore. And yeah, I kind of agree with Bobby there.
Well,
I kind of agree.
If that happens year over year over year, especially, God, could you imagine trying to be a fan at Florida State, a school that's almost entirely transfer portal? Like 1 year, one and done. Why should you even bother learning their names?
It's tough.
Just at that point, don't even put the name on the back of the. I don't care who you are. I don't care.
844 fan phone. JD wants to chime in. What's up, JD?
Hey, gentlemen, thank you for taking my call. If y'all will give me just one moment, I would like to tie all of this conversation into a nice, neat little bow for you real quick. So, Diesel, you're absolutely right. Thinking about a Gamecock fan back in 2010, thinking about players like Jadeveon Clowney and Steven Garcia and Connor Shaw and Buster and Melvin Ingram.
You talk about those
Eric
players
Norwood.
like they're gods.
I just remember them all just like you do. But I remember them because they stayed there at the program. And so, like I said, I'm going to tie this all into a nice little neat bow for you guys. This is something I thought that I would never say in a million years. I might start to prefer the NFL over college football.
Wow.
These players, regardless, in the NFL, are tied to these teams by contracts. They're not one and done. They're not rental deals. They're not a U-Haul truck that you can go get for $19.99 at your local U-Haul place and rent it for an hour. It's not a truck you can go get at U-Haul and rent it for $19.99 an hour. These players meant something to the university and to the schools they played for. And I've always been a fan of them. But y'all, the way things are going right now, I mean, we've got the Juice Wells situation. We've got Jaden Rashada. We've got all of these dudes who have transferred and never been able to play. They just go seek out the next best opportunity. At this point, I think I just might prefer the NFL over college football here sooner than later.
Think about this, JD. Jaden Rashada could go down as the best player that never played. Like, he might come out of college, and I don't know how much the NIL offers that he's received over the past couple of stops have been, but this dude might be coming out of college with $1 million or more and have never seen significant playing time.
Yeah, never seen significant playing time. There's one from Oregon, too, Jeremiah. I should have looked his name up earlier. But there's a dude from Oregon. He literally just committed and did the early enrollee thing already in the transfer portal.
Yeah. Doesn't surprise me.
Make it make sense. Just make it make sense, y'all. There's got to be some rules. The NCAA, of course, stays drunk and asleep at the wheel. I don't know what's going on with them. But they got to do something, or else literally I'm going to go be an NFL fan or an NBA fan. I don't know which, but
thanks,
I'm
JD.
over college football.
I like it. I like the call. JD says he's on the verge of switching from college. But here's the deal, though. You can be both. I'm both.
Yeah,
I love the NFL. You know that.
I think that's why it's imperative that we professionalize there's no going backwards, right? And everybody always, when people try to say, here's what we should do, here's what we have to do to college football, we need to turn it back into what it was. You can't do that, right? There is no going back. There's no putting the toothpaste back in the tube. How do you create a new structure that is advantageous for all and is advantageous for players to stay put for as long as you can get them to stay put, whether that means making them employees of the university and then signing them to multi-year contracts. If you got a player that you think is so dang good that no matter what, your goal is to keep them at your school for the entirety of their tenure in college football, whether that be 3 years or 4 years, that you're going to sign them to a 4-year contract, you can do that.
Yeah.
And then contractually, they're required to stay at your school for 4 years.
And to your point about not going back, the reality is, and going back to my point about perception being reality, the reality is players were getting paid before. I'm sorry, Clemson fans, South Carolina fans, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but players were getting paid before. You didn't know about it. Now you do. So now your perception, your opinion's different. The reality is, though, Diesel, to your point about not going back, the NCAA, where they messed up was they almost just said, hey, let's just turn this button right here that's off to on. That's all they did. Yeah. They didn't say, hey, let's use this slider and let's slide it up and maybe ease into this thing and dip our toes and maybe, get our toes wet first. They just turned the button from off to on, and next thing you know, it's the wild, wild west. There were no contracts put in place, no conversation about being employees of the university, nothing, no stipulations, absolutely nothing. They went from on or off to on. And no, you're not putting those that can of worms back in the bottle, or back in the can, rather. There's nothing you can do there. And I think it's only going to get worse when you talk about fans' perception of players. I thought Florida State's a great point you brought up, because who knows? In a year from now, will Florida State fans even remember players in the past 3 years outside of Jordan Travis?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
You're going to remember one guy off the roster. And I mean, think about if Jordan Travis had done that his sophomore year. He'd have been gone. He'd have been gone. He would have chased another big-time bag, because somebody is always going to be willing to pay you more money to get you into a new school. If he's Jordan Travis is phenomenal at Florida State, Ohio State may come calling and say, yeah, isn't it great that you're making $500K? Guess what? We'll make it $1 million.
Sure.
And then Florida State says, whoa, we can't afford to double what you're getting. And we can't go to our fans and say, hey, we need you guys to throw another $500K at this guy, or he's going to leave. Because then guess what's going to happen? Ohio State's going to say, oh, guess what? We'll make it 1.2, or we'll make it 1.5. The guy that wants you, who's headhunting you, will always pay you more.
All right, coming up next, for the first time on Wire to Wire, a first-time guest. We love having first-time guests on. Just adding one more to the Rolodex, Ryan Horvat, BetQL, BetMGM tonight, joins Diesel and I for the very first time. That's next. Anytime you want to get in on the conversation while we have a guest on the show, you can text the text line. We may not ask the guest your question, but you can at least attempt to get in on the conversation. 844-FAN-PHONE, 844-326-3663 is the way you can text the show right now. Phone line same as well. One number now does it all as we bring in Ryan Horvat, BetMGM tonight, BetQL. You can follow him on Twitter. Please give him a follow at Ryan Horvat. That's Horvat. Ryan, first of all, we appreciate you hopping on with us on Wire to Wire for the very first time. Welcome into the show. Hopefully it's not the last. But second of all, we see Antonio Pierce of the Raiders being fired just a few moments ago. I want to ask about the short leashes that we've seen thus far on NFL coaches, if you think that is going to be something that continues for the next 5 to 10 years to be a trend.
I do, and thanks for having me. And not to pile on Antonio Pierce, I just never really liked the hire. And it's funny because, like, a lot of the guys that were vouching for Antonio Pierce, Devontae Adams, no longer even in Vegas. And it's just my issue with that hire is, and let's be honest, like, that team doesn't have a whole lot of talent, and he didn't get a whole lot of time. But at the end of the day, like, you look at the rest of that division, and you have Harbaugh, and you have Andy Reid, and you have Sean Payton. It's like, the math problems that my son brings home. You have 3 apples and 1 banana. One of these things isn't alike. All those guys are going to be Hall of Fame coaches, and I like Antonio Pierce, but he didn't really have any experience. Former player, takes over as an interim head coach, gets his guys to play hard. So I just feel like he didn't get a fair shake, and it's unfortunate because that team was never going to be good enough to win 7-8 games with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell as their starting quarterback. I do think this is something that we're going to see, though, right? Just because I think New England's another example where New England probably would have hired Mike Vrabel, but if you hire Mike Vrabel last year with that roster, I think that, like, you're trying to sell the locker room and the fans on a rebuild. And if you bring in Vrabel, they're probably thinking, hey, we're trying to win now or win by next year. Now, New England kind of figures out, hey, we have something in Drake May, even though he's playing behind an XFL offensive line. They don't really have great skilled position players, but now they probably want to get their guy in there because they realize, hey, we got something with Drake May. I just think this is something that's going to continue, and it sucks for these guys. And we'll see where a guy like Antonio Pierce ends up. Is he a coordinator? Does he ever get another gig as head coach? I don't know, but I do think that, unfortunately, this is a trend that we're going to continue to see in the NFL, which sucks.
Joined right now by Ryan Horvat of BetMGM. You can hear him immediately after our show is over here at 7 o'clock. Ryan, I want you to know that you may have be the arbiter of the longest grudge that I've ever held, and I was ready to go, ready to fire this bullet back at you about Aaron Rodgers. You're an unabashed Aaron Rodgers lover, and I get it. But at the beginning of the season, you told me, Aaron, that the Jets were going to win the division. And I had that bullet in the holster for so long, ready to go for when I got to tell Ryan Horvat, a guy who's so much smarter than I am, I told you so. How do you feel about Aaron Rodgers coming back for another year in 2025? He's, it's still very raw and very new that the season is over. But what would your money say about him coming back for another year?
Man, I still can't believe how bad that team was this year. Now, here was always my thing with the Jets, right? Like, with the Bills, I worried about their defense, and right now I'm still worried about their defense. But Josh Allen was just superhuman this season. That's why I think he should be the MVP of the league. Pretty much carried that team. I didn't see that coming from Buffalo this year. I thought there was going to be some regression. Miami is who I thought that they were going to be. New England was in complete rebuild mode, and I figured even if Rodgers is washed, even if he is coming off this devastating injury, he's 40 years old, 41 years old, that defense is going to be top 5. Week 1, man, I realized, oh, man, I made a big, big mistake. They're playing San Francisco in prime time. Christian McCaffrey's out, and Jordan Mason goes off for like $150 or whatever it was. And I was like, oh, my God, this defense is super overrated. Now, like, Rodgers' numbers, actually not that bad this year, man. And I like what I saw. A couple of those games down the stretch, he looked like he was finally healthy. I think he's done. It's not as bad as Peyton that final year in Denver. And what's funny is Peyton won a Super Bowl that year because of that defense, even though he was benched. But he had no zip on the ball. Rodgers could still make the throws, but, like, also you have to worry about Rodgers coming off an off season, God only knows what he's going to be up to. I think he's probably finished. I don't even know where he could end up, man. You know, like maybe he could go somewhere like Tennessee, but I don't think he's going to go anywhere where you would expect them to contend. So that was a bad bet from me. And it's funny because, I had a pretty good year. I called San Francisco missing the playoffs, and my co-host gave me a hard time for that one. I called Minnesota. I called Seattle to go over their win total, even though they didn't win the division. But the 2 years in a row, me betting the Jets, that's probably the biggest waste of money ever. And I deserve to get heckled for that one. That one I do. I deserve it, man. That was a bad bet. That team sucks.
Hey, Ryan, when you look at the wild card weekend coming up, Saturday, 2 games, and then some games on Sunday, and then 1 game Monday night, the biggest spread of the weekend, Steelers-Ravens, where Baltimore is a 10-point favorite. When it comes to gambling, and I know you guys on your show obviously talk a lot about sports gambling, more so than just your everyday sports show that discusses matchups and so on and so forth, but how is a line like a 10-point line affected by what the Steelers have, or rather have not done in the last 4 games? Because they've been declining. They've been on the decline. Baltimore is now favored by 10 in what I said was the biggest matchup or the biggest spread of the NFL wildcard weekend.
Yeah, and you know what's funny, man, is usually I take the points with Mike Tomlin. Just got done talking about that on Friday night. I bet the Steelers plus 2.5. They end up covering because they only lose the game by 2. You could have had a +3 as well. But Mike Tomlin, when he's an underdog against a divisional opponent, covers 72% of the time.
Wow.
He's one of the best head coaches. But this week, I'm not going to get tricked into the points. I think this is a terrible matchup. Also, I kind of want to make the case for Baltimore in the AFC. So I joke about this, but it's not a joke. Every July, I bet the Chiefs from now on to win the Super Bowl because the last couple of years, like I had San Francisco, terrible betting against Mahomes as an underdog. But so now, if you can't beat them, you just join them. You bet the Chiefs, and then at worst, they're probably going to the AFC Championship game, and you'll be able to hedge and bet against them. Your $100 to get your money back. But if they're going to keep giving us 6-1, 7-1 prices, $100 to win 700 on the Chiefs, I'll take it because Mahomes is just that good. But if I'm going to make the case for anybody in the AFC, I love Buffalo because of Josh Allen, and I do think that offense is good enough. I just worry about having to win in shootout fashion in the playoffs. But I'm kind of falling in love with this Baltimore team. Now, last year they had like a historically good defense, but they didn't run the ball for whatever reason against Kansas City. They had that game at home, and they decided to drop Lamar back 30-plus times. I have no issues with the offense. My concern with Baltimore this season was the defense. Weeks 1 through 11, they were 30th in pass defense EPA. They couldn't stop anybody. Since week 11, they've actually been number 1 against the pass. They made a couple like minor changes. They benched Marcus Williams, who was not playing well. They moved Ardarius Washington to full-time free safety, and then they moved Marlon Humphrey into the full-time slot. And all of a sudden, they have the best pass defense in the league. They have Derrick Henry. They have that offense. I think that's why that's such a big number. Also, the Ravens' defense has kind of switched up. So they're playing a much higher rate of man coverage now. And Russell Wilson splits against zone coverage. He's a top 10 quarterback still this year. Against man coverage, he falls outside the top 15. And I have no faith in that Pittsburgh offense. I mean, they just look cooked right now. They couldn't muster up 200 yards of offense against the Bengals defense, and they just fired their coordinator yesterday. So I think Baltimore is the side. It seems like a lot of points, but I mean, we said that, the other night too, and they were 20-point favorites, and they covered that spread. I just think Baltimore's really trending in the right direction right now. And I actually think they're the biggest threat to Kansas City in the AFC.
Ryan, Notre Dame has been putting up video game numbers for the majority of the season. I mean, you look back at the last couple of games, 49, 35, 52, 51 points. And then all of a sudden, Riley Leonard forgets how to throw touchdowns in the playoff. I mean, it's an acute regression over the past 2 weeks. How do you place bets around Riley Leonard's performance, or do you completely stay away from him when it comes to betting this game against Penn State?
If you want to do anything like with props, I would take his rushing yards because Notre Dame's probably going to have to run him into the ground. I'm a huge Notre Dame homer. I am a fan, but I hate this matchup actually against Penn State. My biggest bet of the year was Notre Dame against Georgia. That wasn't a great Georgia team. Like, you were kidding yourself if you believed in Georgia this year. They didn't have a Brock Bowers or a Ladd McConkey. It had nothing to do with Gunner. If Carson Beck starts that game, they still don't win. They had a good, not great defense. But this Penn State team, like, I keep asking everybody, hey, what's your knock on Penn State this season? and it's all James Franklin can't win the big game. But you could kind of say that about everybody, right? And it's funny because everybody fell in love with Dan Lanning, and I really like Dan Lanning too. But what's the biggest game he's won? Last year he lost to Kalen DeBoer twice. This year they got blown out by Ohio State. Steve Sarkisian, I really like him. He hasn't won a big game yet. Other than Kirby, nobody's really won the big game yet because Nick Saban won the big game every year. Dabo, has won a couple, but Saban's gone now. So I kind of like this Penn State team, man. Drew Aller, he's got some bad mechanics. He gets shaky in the pocket, but I easily think he could be QB number one. Imagine if he was the quarterback at Ohio State and he had Jeremiah Smith and all those wide receivers. That's my only problem with Penn State. They don't really have a receiver that could create separation, and Notre Dame probably has the best secondary in the country. They have really good safety, so I think they should be able to take out Tyler Warren in this game. So if you want to do like props, I like Riley to have a big game on the ground. I don't know about his passing attack, but that's kind of why I like Penn State in this game. This is the hardest game to break down, man. Two really good defenses, two really good rushing attacks, but I don't know if they're going to be able to run the ball on each other. So I look at it like who has the better kicker and who has the better quarterback, and I think that's Penn State. The advantage I give Notre Dame is I think Marcus Freeman is a very good coach. I think he'll be in the NFL soon. He coached circles around Kirby, and I think he could easily do the same against James Franklin, but that game's too hard to bet, man. I feel like my advice would be bet it live. Like Penn State goes down the field, they score a touchdown because Andy Kotelnicki's a genius as a play caller, and you're getting Notre Dame +4, +3.5. Maybe take some points, but right now it's at a pick, and I can make the case for both teams to win this game. I'm a big Notre Dame fan, but I'm nervous, man. I think Penn State wins, to be honest.
Ryan Horvat, BetGM tonight, joining us right here on the Fan Upstate. Ryan, this question may really make me upset when you give me the answer. You may not know the answer off the top of your head. Might have to do some digging in your files, but before the season started back in August, I predicted Ohio State to win the national championship. If I would have made a financial investment in that prediction, can you someday, it might be now, you might have to get back to me on that. Tell me how much I would have regretted not making that bet.
To win it all, I believe they were like +800 to start the season, man. So I think $100 would have won you 800, and I would have been with you. That's the most talented roster in college football. And again, though, it's like, well, when's Ryan Day going to win the big game?
Yeah.
I do like the Chip Kelly hire. What's funny, man, is everybody was ragging on Will Howard. Oh, I don't trust Will Howard. Will Howard has been damn good. The problem with Ohio State, if they lose to Texas, and I did take the points with Texas, I just think 6 points for Steve Sarkisian is way too many, and Texas has a really good defense themselves. But I think if they lose, it's because of the offensive line. I mean, if you go back, like you watch the Nebraska game, they have Quinshot Judkins and they have Trevion Henderson, both NFL running backs, and they only had 63 rushing yards against Nebraska, 2.6 yards per carry or whatever it was. And it was because they lost their starting center, they lost the tackle, and they had one of the worst offensive lines in the country, not just in the Big Ten. But that's looked much different the last couple of weeks. Also on the defensive side of the ball, I think Jim Knowles is really good. He'll probably be a head coach soon. I think that's a really talented defense, and they've kind of flipped what they've been doing. They were playing a bunch of Tampa 2, the first 2 years, 3 years, whatever it was that Knowles was there. Now they're playing more cover 2, and that's where you could really give Quinn Ewers fits. I mean, they've taken away the RPO game for Oregon. I think they're going to be able to do the same for Texas, but I think Sarkisian's going to have a trick up his sleeve, man. So I'm really excited for that game, but we both probably should have bet Ohio State before the season. I just couldn't do it, man, because I hate them.
We've had Ryan Horvat on these airwaves for years. We appreciate you, of course, being such a loyal guest on this show. There's a story that you told quite a while ago that has stuck with me. And the fact that where you are, where your studios are, and I don't know if this is still the case or not, it is not legal to sports bet inside of your building, but it is just down the street at Washington Nationals Park. I just wonder, is that still the case? And how much weight did you lose jogging back and forth, doing a live betting show, running down the street to get your bets in?
Great question. So, no, now finally it's all legal. So I could sit in the studio. Right now I'm in my office upstairs and I could just bet away. But yeah, it was brutal, man. The first 3 years that I was here, you would have to bet within a 1 mile radius, or no, not even a 1 block radius of Nats Park, or you'd have to go in the sports book. So let's say this, I was betting through my old high school bookie a lot. And now I don't use him as much. Every once in a while I'll use the old PPH, the old illegal bookie, backdoor bookie. But Yeah, it's great, especially right now because we usually don't get hit with snow here, but we got like 4 or 5 inches, maybe more, and it's about 18 degrees. So thank God I don't have to run down the street anymore to bet, man.
Ryan, that's awesome. If you ever come visit South Carolina, you might want to keep that illegal bookie in your back pocket, just FYI. Appreciate you coming on with us. If you talk to our morning show host, tell them you enjoyed our time more than you have ever before on the Fan Upstate.
Yeah, I will. I'll talk to him, I think, in like 2 hours. I'll let him know. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ryan. Ryan Horvat, BetMGM. Fantastic stuff. You've heard him with Rob Brown before. You've heard him on these airwaves. Man, I'll tell you, he's an encyclopedia up there.
It's incredible how he can pull that many names, that many coordinators, that many stats and figures and just historical data out of his brain like that. I mean, that is awesome. It's a special kind of brain. That
Imagine having to walk down the street to gamble.
I know.
I mean, that is so brutal. You literally are hosting a sports gambling show.
We got to drive across state lines.
We got to go to North Carolina. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he ever comes and visits,
I know
it'd be out of luck. You know what? What a fun job he has, though. And I know that cast has changed as of late. Diesel, you and I were talking about that earlier, but in a state that has pro sports teams, people eat it up. And I know South Carolina, like what people I think what people here don't understand is with it being illegal, you may not be as invested in it, but places like big cities, bigger markets where he is and other sports gambling shows are, Diesel, where it's illegal. Oh, they're eating up with it. They love it. They love sports gambling. So it's something that, whether it's good or bad in your eyes, boy, does it bring in the mighty dollar.
It sure does. And it changes people too. I mean, we've talked many times about some of the negative sides that come out of sports betting, but hey, if you have the discipline to keep it fun and not get too bent out of shape when you lose, right, which I've been doing a lot of with mine, then you can have some extra fun with it. When we come back, Cole, let's look around the sports world, see what else is happening out there with our Daily Wires. We go. Dang it, I did it. I started talking with
Put
the
a
mic
quarter
on.
in the jar, mister.
Well, at least we haven't given the wrong text line today.
Not
Not
still
yet.
plenty of time,
Not
buddy.
yet, but the day is young. We go in depth on the biggest topics that you, the Tolos, care about every single day on this show, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the only thing happening out there in the sports world. We save a segment for it every single day, a whip around we call our Daily Wires. This is the buzz happening around the sports world. The LA Chargers plan to sign running back Ezekiel Elliott to their practice squad pending a physical. This has been reported by ESPN. It was first reported by Fox Sports yesterday. Cole, how do you feel about seeing Ezekiel in another uniform?
He's a paperweight. I mean, that's what he is. And I get that you're going to make a playoff run. You want to have some guy back there for added protection or insurance. Come on. It's all he is a paperweight.
He's not going to play.
No.
Congratulations to our winners from the Upset Picks Challenge, Twisted Whisker. He blew the doors off of this challenge this year. We got to figure out a way. And if anybody knows Twisted Whisker personally, or if you're listening to the show, reach out because we want to get you on the show.
Yes.
To talk about your winning. That's awesome, man. And see if we can pick your brain. See if we can figure out your strategy. I don't need it as much as Cole does because I finished in the top 15. But if Cole could get some tips from you,
be great.
That would be great. Also, congratulations to Buckeye Mike and Shane Barrett, who won the 2 wire-to-wire Fan Upstate NFL Fantasy Football Leagues. Jerry Jones' time frame on whether to keep Mike McCarthy as Dallas Cowboys coach could be affected by the Chicago Bears. A couple of sources have said that the Bears have sought permission to speak with Mike McCarthy regarding their head coaching vacancy. Do you think it would be a good idea for Dallas to let Mike McCarthy go? Because you've said it many times, Cole, that you don't believe Mike McCarthy is the problem.
No, I don't believe he is. I do believe it would be the right decision for Dallas to grant requests for them to go interview him because, look, it's his life. If he wants to leave Dallas, let him leave. If he wants to go to Chicago, it's on him.
And holding him hostage for another week to say you can't take another job, really, especially if you know you're going to let him go. If you know you're going to keep him, keep him. But if you're not sure, just let him interview. Let him out of his contract. Let him do his thing. Right?
And that's the whole thing. They know, Jerry Jones knows what he's going to do.
Sure.
So that obviously, to answer your question, would dictate what I would tell him. But regardless, let him go interview.
Derek Carr says he is open to restructuring his contract with the Saints just so long as it's not a pay cut. He has said that he feels like he earned his current salary and he is not going to take a pay cut. Now, you can change how much you pay me when, but you're not going to change how much you pay me overall. He's 14-13 as a starter with the Saints. The team has gone 14-20 overall, so they lost 7 games without him. Derek Carr, you're getting old AF. Do you want to play in this league? Do you want to play for this team or not? Because they could say, we don't want to have anything to do with you.
You know me. I've never made bones about it. I'm not a big Derek Carr fan. I just don't see – I don't see the upside with him. And, again, I could be wrong, but I don't see the upside.
San Francisco 49ers wide receiver Ricky Pearsall has expressed a desire to meet and forgive the person who shot him in the chest during an attempted robbery last year. He was hospitalized, but he did avoid serious injury, which is great for him. He wants to understand the reasons why the incident happened and potentially create a positive impact on the shooter. He missed 6 weeks of NFL action, but he finished his rookie season with 31 catches and for 400 yards and 3 touchdowns. Cole, that takes a special kind of person.
It does.
Who says, I want to meet the guy who shot me in the chest and almost killed me over a watch so that I can positively impact him.
Hats off to him. All the respect in the world to Pearsall for that, because you're right. Most people would not even want to see him again. And you're right. It does take a special kind of person, regardless of what somebody does to you wrong, whether it's, lying to you or shooting you. For if you're the kind of person that is willing to make amends, regardless of what it is, there's not many of you out there. I say hats off to him.
Notice he didn't say I'm interested in dropping the charges. He just said, I want to see if I can make I want to make your stay in prison just a little bit easier. Tonight, Clemson faces Louisville at 7:00. The Cardinals are favored by 3. That game is being played at Louisville. Tomorrow night, you got South Carolina hosting number 5 Alabama and Furman at Citadel. Both of those games tip off at 7 o'clock. The driver that was charged with killing NHL hockey player Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matthew as they were cycling on a rural New Jersey road pleaded not guilty to the indictment Tuesday after turning down a prosecution offer of 35 years in prison. Sean Higgins, the driver, appeared briefly in court in Salem County. Police say that he has a history of road rage and was impaired that day after drinking 5 or 6 beers. Johnny Gaudreau was 31. His brother was 29. They were killed near their childhood home in South New Jersey on the eve of their sister's wedding. How this happened was Higgins had been driving aggressively. Another driver slowed down and moved left to go around the cyclists. Higgins thought they were trying to cut him off, so he sped around to the right and struck the 2 cyclists on the side of the road. And finally, Cole, former Florida State and Alabama wide receiver Malik Benson, who has an extra year of eligibility thanks to the NCAA ruling on JUCO players, told ESPN that he is committed to play next year at Oregon.
Wow, how about that? Oregon picks up one. Now they just need to win a big game, and they'll be okay. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty in the very next segment, Diesel. ESPN has released their mock draft as the regular season in the NFL has concluded. We take a look at that. We dispute it. Never know. We may agree with it. That's next. Diesel. I absolutely love mock drafts. Give them to me all day long. If there's a CBS mock draft, I'll take it. If there's an ESPN mock draft, I'll take it. Yahoo, Bing, Google, the Fan Upstate mock draft. We haven't done ours yet. Anybody, I don't care. ABC, Fox News.
It's just
CNN.
a whole lot of guessing, you know?
It's just give it to me. I don't care who the outlet is or what you stand for. I want more and more mock drafts. You and I have referenced a CBS Sports mock draft. It's been out for a while now, but ESPN just released their mock draft. I had to pull it up on my other computer because it's one of those articles you have to have a login for. You have to pay to play, right?
Oh,
So I'm going to try to set that right there.
you might hit the wrong button and blow the studio
Did I do something
up.
Did I do something wrong?
I don't
You still
think
hear
so.
me okay?
I hear you.
I turned down my head. There you go. That's what I get for trying to be creative there. I'm going to set it right there. So ESPN's latest mock draft.
You want me to bring that stool over for you?
No.
Would that help?
No, it's okay. It's okay. I didn't plan well. How about this? Look, I'll put it right here.
There you go.
Right there. For those listening are like, what is he talking about? I'm moving my personal laptop around
He's
so I
pulling
can
kind
see
of
the
a
mock draft.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
That's
right
what
now.
it is. That's
He's like,
exactly
where do I put this thing that I need to look at? But there's nowhere directly in front of him where he can look at it.
So the overwhelming question that I want to start with, and you can react, text the show, call the show on the one line that now does it all, 844-FAN-PHONE, 844-326-3663. The overwhelming question that we have to have here, this to start this conversation, Diesel, is regardless of what mock draft you're looking at, regardless of what outlet you're using, is it an overwhelming consensus that Cam Ward from Miami, regardless of the publication, should be the number one overall draft pick? Do you have any issue with that? Because from what I'm seeing so far, it looks as if it might be.
Yeah, just about everybody's got Cam Ward there. I mean, there's a case to be made to you know the wide receiver cornerback out of Colorado. There's certainly a case to be made for Travis Hunter now, because any team could use him. Now, most of the time, teams that are drafting 1, 2, or 3 are doing so because they really need a quarterback, and that's kind of how drafts have gone over the past 10 years or so. They have overinflated the value of a top 5 quarterback, knowing, Cole, that 60% of first-round quarterbacks bust. It really doesn't matter if you get a quarterback in the top 5, but that's basically what all these teams end up doing with it. And Cam Ward is electric. Cam Ward is incredible. He can throw the ball all over the field. He's electric with his feet. Now, he may not be doing quite as much of that in the NFL just because, you know, getting blown up by a dude, the modern day equivalent of a Ray Lewis, is not necessarily fun.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I mean, Cam Ward is probably the safest bet of an elite player that we have at the quarterback position this year.
All right, so I got it on the other computer now, so we're good. We're back in business. Tennessee Titans, they went 3-14, and ESPN's latest mock draft has, and by the way, thanks to Rob Brown, he heard that and offered to screenshot it and send it to me. He's very sweet, regardless of what Ryan Horvat has to say about him.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe the things Ryan was saying about.
No, you wouldn't believe it. But
it's despicable.
Thank
really.
you for offering to help. Seriously, it was very nice of Rob. So I got it on this computer now, Diesel. Miami's Cam Ward. I agree with you on everything you said. He is a game changer. When you talk about building a franchise around someone, I would imagine that you would look at Cam Ward as a guy that's a pretty safe pick, right? He's not – I don't want to say this out loud. I don't want to say he's not. You don't think he's going to be a bust, right? You don't believe that Cam Ward's just going to fall on its face. However, what you have to take into account here is something that you and I have talked about for many, many days and weeks, that regardless of how good the player is, and Cam Ward from Miami is very good. What matters, what have I said matters more than anything, Diesel? I say situation matters more than anything when it comes to the NFL, especially at the quarterback position, because the quarterback's getting the football in their hands every single snap. Tennessee was 3-14. If this latest mock draft from ESPN is accurate and Cam Ward does go to the Titans, are we convinced that Tennessee is a good enough of a franchise when you talk about stability, the weapons around Cam Ward, and what could be, are we convinced that that Tennessee rather is a good enough destination that would help Cam Ward be what your buddy Caleb Williams has not been in Chicago because his first year didn't go well?
Well, I mean, who does he have as weapons? I mean, he's got a 30-year-old Calvin Ridley, and outside of that, not a ton. So, how many times have we said this? You go from a great situation to an awful situation. That's why you're being drafted. That's why that team has the number one pick, because they're in an awful situation. Calvin Ridley may still have a little bit in the tank. He'll be 31 years old next year. Can Jaquan Jackson, who's pretty good, get it done? How about Nick Westbrook, Kenny, Bryce Oliver, Tay Martin? He doesn't necessarily have the biggest names out there at the wide receiver position, so he's going to be creating himself a lot unless they can also draft a wide receiver or two around him. Now, obviously, the Titans, by virtue of finishing with only 3 wins this year, they don't necessarily have a great defense either. So they're going to have to make some moves on the defensive side of the ball. Can they get enough players for Cam this year to make him happy and to keep him happy and to give him an opportunity to succeed? And then what happens with Cam Ward's mentality if they can't give him that quickly? Because we know that Cam Ward is a bit of a quitter.
Well, we also know that when you look at the Carolina Panthers and Bryce Young, it does take time, right? Yeah. It's not going to happen overnight. The Titans, by the way, are going to have a new GM. They fired Rand Catherine on Tuesday. So you would expect those in the know at ESPN expect Cam Ward to be drafted by the Tennessee Titans. And again, when you look at what happened in April in 2024, there were a handful or more of guys, Diesel, who were selected. Some of them did not pan out in year one. Some of them, like the Jaden Daniels at Washington, are absolutely blowing the doors off, right? So situation is one of the elements in my mind that dictates whether you will be successful or not. And I just don't know that Tennessee, maybe I'm proven wrong here, but I don't know that Tennessee or Cleveland, who has the second pick, and ESPN's drafting or expecting them to take Shedeur Sanders. We talked a little bit about that yesterday, Diesel, but these teams that have earned the high picks, there's so much to be said about a quarterback coming down a little bit later in the draft, a quarterback falling to 9, 10, 11, maybe even the second round, right? Because this year's draft, outside of those two, not very quarterback heavy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, this year is not the deepest quarterback class, and as by virtue, and we'll get to it later on in this segment here, but you start scrolling down this mock draft list, and you see a whole lot of offensive linemen, edge rushers, and elite edge rushers are always going to be highly sought after in the NFL draft, because we have a really diverse position breakdown in the top 10, top 15 of this draft. So quarterback is not necessarily the strongest class this year.
Texter says, should the NFL scouts research players transferring and the reasons for which they did so? I say yes. Red flags sometimes are all over the place. Texter says also there are 0 teams who have a first-round grade on Shedeur Sanders because the NFL is all about football, not clicks. That comes from JD. The text about the transferring center, I think it happens already. Don't you? Don't you think organizations? Yeah, they do their homework.
It wasn't enough to dissuade the Bears this year, though, from taking Caleb Williams in last year's draft.
No, it wasn't,
and obviously that's blown up in his face. Now, again, you can't put all the eggs in the basket of what happens with a guy when he's a rookie. However, the Bears did set Caleb Williams up to be successful. They got him not the best squad you could possibly put together, but they got him some help. They got him some pieces. They bent the Carolina Panthers over a barrel and got him a lot of good players out of that roster. And then ultimately it didn't work out for him.
So ESPN's latest mock draft has Cam Ward, Miami, going 1 to Tennessee, Shedeur Sanders 2 to the Cleveland Browns, who were also 3-14. At third,
if I'm the Browns, though, I mean, am I really going Shedeur Sanders? Would I not throw another 1-year contract at Jameis Winston? I know that he wasn't phenomenal, right? Yeah. But why not build another year and get as many offensive weapons as you can get with a second year with Jameis Winston because he only signed a 1-year deal with the Browns. Get as many pieces as I can. Let Jameis be this lightning rod. Let him get us all this attention and go on his sermons before and after games and talk about how beautiful the colors and the falling snow is.
Yeah.
And quietly build a really good team and then go after a quarterback next year.
It all depends on how they feel a quarterback should fit into Kevin Stefanski's offense if he's still there. I mean, right now, I don't believe he's been fired as of yet, but I do expect them to have a veteran next year. I do believe, though, Diesel, from what I'm reading and what I have read, that Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland might look at Shedeur Sanders as a good fit because of his ball placement. Sanders' 6.5% off-target percentage was the third lowest mark in FBS this season. Sanders also completed 74% of his passes this season for 4,134 yards, 37 touchdowns to only 10 interceptions. So if they look at this guy as, hey, obviously we know what will come with it, maybe a distraction, maybe not, if things turn out perfectly, maybe they view it as this might be a really good quarterback that fits in Kevin Stefanski's offense. And then you basically have to just hope 2026 gets here fast enough because that's how long you're tied up with Deshaun Watson's contract.
But Kevin Stefanski look at the allegations of renting out a strip club for 2 nights, going into bowl prep, and say maybe this is not a guy who's completely bought in to winning. He's bought into being a big deal and having people talk about him, but is he completely bought into winning? In which case, Cole, would this not just be yet another Cleveland Browns reach for a high-profile quarterback, especially if he doesn't ultimately pan out?
Well, maybe Cleveland just ultimately doesn't care about winning.
Oh, I mean, the list of elite college quarterbacks whose careers have passed through Cleveland is long and illustrious.
So at third, ESPN has the New York Giants taking another Colorado football player in Travis Hunter. Really no surprise there, Diesel, because of the way that he impacted the play immediately on both sides of the ball. 96 passes, over 1,200 yards, 15 touchdowns, also 4 interceptions on defense. I guess you're looking at it from a standpoint of you could give the Giants another weapon with Malik Neighbors, maybe a corner, but maybe I'm totally ignorant. I just don't know today if playing both ways will work in the NFL.
No, probably not. I mean, I think he's going to end up having to specialize on one side of the football. I mean, does he have the body that can hold up to the abuse of playing both cornerback and wide receiver?
It's tough in the National Football League, man.
There's a reason why very few guys do it.
I mean, I know his teammate's dad did, but you just don't get guys like that often. It doesn't have. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, you and I were looking at guys who have won the Heisman that played both ways, and I had to look back to ancient textbooks to find somebody who had won the Heisman and played both ways. So, to your point, it doesn't happen in college much, and when you get to the pros, it's even more rare. So those are the big three: Miami's Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, Travis Hunter. That's the top three, as we know who will have the picks. Diesel, I do feel pretty confident that ESPN.com, this mock draft will hit. I do think Tennessee will take Cam Ward, and I do think Cleveland will take Shedeur, and New York picking Travis Hunter probably is your best player available at that moment, right? If you do have the number 3 overall pick.
I mean, that GM staff there, which we're going to get into in the next segment of the show, is very beleaguered. Could you imagine passing on Travis Hunter and not taking him, especially if he goes on to be great at – I mean, if you pass on him, New England's probably taking him. Jacksonville would take him for sure.
Texter says number 8 spot has been great for the Panthers in recent years. Both J.C. Horn and McCaffrey drafted in 8th. Talent can be found anywhere. Just ask undrafted Jalen Coker. That's a good point, Texter.
J.C. Horn has been talked about as a guy they need to get rid of until this year. He finally showed himself to be durable enough to be a valuable asset to this team. But don't revise history that much, Texter. I mean, JC has not been all that available for the Panthers.
Texter from the 850 says, if you think Caleb is bad and not the Bears as a franchise, you're probably the same guy who said Bryce was bad, not the Panthers. You don't know ball if that's how you feel. That comes from the 850. Well, again, it's 1 year. We'll see. I don't think you can completely judge someone off of 1 year, but you also can see signs of what is to come, whether good or bad, right? And I don't know.
I never questioned Caleb Williams' talent. I questioned his want to. I questioned his drive. I questioned his desire, and I questioned his commitment.
That's true. 344 says no, but the Bears messed up by allowing Eberflus to wreck two potential decent NFL quarterbacks in Fields and Williams. Good point there, Texter. So then after the top three, you get to New England, who has the fourth, and ESPN projects them taking Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle from Texas. ESPN's most recent draft has, our mock draft, has the Jacksonville Jaguars, Diesel, who are looking for a new coach, taking cornerback out of Michigan, Will Johnson, 6'2", 202, big corner, drawing some comparisons to Patrick Surtain II. So maybe the Jacksonville Jaguars do have to go second, or go defense rather. Also a team who's looking for a new coach. Here's where it gets interesting. We had this conversation earlier. The Las Vegas Raiders have the 6th pick. They went 4-13. Here is where the Carolina Panthers winning on Sunday could have cost you if you wanted to get a guy like Abdul Carter out of Penn State, because you winning Sunday dropped you down a couple of spots. ESPN's mock draft, Diesel, has the Raiders taking edge Abdul Carter out of Penn State, and we talked about it earlier in the show, even yesterday. I didn't know, and we still have 4 more months until the draft. I still don't know if I'm confident that Abdul Carter will be there and 2 more picks when the Panthers pick, but this mock draft has him going to the Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be a game changer. He's going to be very good wherever he ends up. I mean, you just hope that if that's the case, if the Raiders take him at 6 and you're sitting there scratching your head, what do we do? That the player that the Carolina Panthers are mocked to go get, Mykel Williams out of Georgia, can live up to that hype and be just as good. I mean, Georgia doesn't have slouches on their team. They don't have bad football players on their team. You could say this is 1A, 1B, but you never quite know how guys are going to pan out.
I think that would be, I don't want to say catastrophic, because there are still other good guys in the draft. There are good players everywhere in my mind in this first round. I think it's a very deep defensive draft, especially in the first round. But if the Panthers can't get Abdul Carter because they won on Sunday and they dropped to 8, this mock draft with ESPN has the Jets taking Mason Graham, who's a defensive tackle out of Michigan, and then the home team Carolina Panthers, who finished 5-12. Diesel, it has them taking Georgia edge rusher Mykel Williams. The 2024 Panthers defense was one of the worst in NFL history. David Newton of ESPN told you and I yesterday that he believes it's a foregone conclusion that the Panthers will no doubt go defense with their 8th pick. This mock draft has them taking Mykel Williams out of Georgia.
I mean, Mykel is a baller too. He's a dude. He's got 15 solo tackles, 5 sacks on the year, 2 forced fumbles. He clearly is astute at knocking the ball loose. And the Carolina Panthers need all of those things. You know, is he quite Abdul Carter? Probably not. But you're still getting a really good player if you go Mykel Williams at 8.
You are getting a good player. And the Panthers last year, Diesel, had a 25.3% defensive pressure rate. It was dead last in the league, dead last in the NFL. It was, when I say historically bad in the NFL history, literally historically bad. So you're right. Mykel Williams would still be a good pick. I just, for whatever reason, maybe it's the Micah Parsons comparison. I love Abdul Carter. I think he would be an immediate impact for any team that he goes to. But I do agree with David Newton. They do have to go defense. If Mykel Williams is what the Panthers feel like is their best player available, it'll be interesting to see if they take him or a guy like a Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M. It'll be very interesting to see where Ashton Jeanty goes. This mock draft, as we're running out of time, Diesel has Ashton Jeanty out of Boise State going to my Cowboys with the 12th pick. Dallas finished 7-10. Rico Dowdle was good out of South Carolina for Dallas this season, but Rico Dowdle is not a number 1 back. So this mock draft has Jeanty going to Dallas. I would be a big fan of that because you've got to have some production. You didn't go out and take or sign Derrick Henry, rather, so you do have to get some production running back. You like that, Genty to Dallas?
I do. That's I think he's a quality back, and you know, whoever gets him is going to get a fine running back. He's not the biggest dude in the world, but he's shown the ability, Cole, to break out of tackles and pick up positive yards, even when everyone is game planning to stop him. He still had a breakout phenomenal year in the NFL.
Madcraft's a little late to the conversation. He says on the YouTube stream, did you see where Cam Ward's the favorite to go first overall? Well, yeah, we did. We just read that.
Madcraft, did you see where they're expecting snowy weather on Friday?
Oh, God.
I just want you to be prepared and know that it's coming this time instead of saying nobody was talking about the fact that we had – it's coming, Madcraft. Get yourself ready. When we come back, Cole, remember we did that segment called Hot Seat? Let's kind of flip that one on its head and question, how does that guy still have a job? Whoever it is, coach, coordinator, GM, whatever, you tell us. You text in at 844-326-3663 and question, how does that guy still have a job? That's coming up next on the Fan Upstate. Coming up on tomorrow's show at 5:45, we'll bring on Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered. Just how much is he quaking in his boots with Texas potentially going down this week and the SEC's reign of dominance coming to a close. Very interesting conversation that we're going to have on the show tomorrow. It's Wire to Wire. He's Cole Bryson. My name is Diesel. You are Toloing wherever it is you are Toloing, and we appreciate that. You can watch us on Facebook, on Twitter, or on YouTube. Madcraft getting a little testy on the stream right now.
Surely not. Those two words have never been said.
Yeah, he said, did y'all see where Cam Ward is now the favorite to go first overall? Remember when y'all said NFL teams would scold him for his bad behavior? I believe y'all said it hurt his stock. Well, Madcraft, who's been saying for days, by the way, I've got a notebook and I'm taking down notes and I'm writing down receipts. Remember, Madcraft, that I said it would hurt his stock if I was an NFL GM. If I was a GM.
True.
I can't predict what other GMs are going to do, right? I don't know what the GM of these teams are going to do. I don't know what the GM of the Titans is going to do, or the Browns or the Giants are going to do. Look, there's all kinds of guys with behavioral red flags in the NFL that are great players. Guess what? Tyreek Hill is going to get another job somewhere else. Somebody's going to spend money on him. There's all kinds. The NFL is littered with guys with questionable history and buy-in and personality traits. But you know what they do? They play, and they make big plays, and they make Pro Bowls, and they win Super Bowls. Not everybody out there is a choir boy. So, hey, man, if you're going to keep receipts, write it down accurately, would you? That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, write it down accurately. Yeah. Write this down.
Put that in your little notebook there, Madcraft. So, Cole, there was a great conversation earlier on the Rich Eisen Show, which we are proud now to be sharing the airwaves here on the Fan Upstate with the Rich Eisen Show.
It's really good.
You and I are both, really enjoying listening to it because you learn a lot listening to a really good sports show.
They talk about sports, by the way.
Yeah.
They talk about sports on sports show.
I tune in. I tune in and I listen to the Rob Brown Show, and I learn something every day.
Yep.
Usually it's something I don't want to learn about what some guy who wears tights for a living does, but whatever, it is what it is. I'm still absorbing that knowledge. But I listen to the Rich Eisen Show as well because, I mean, that is just a wealth of knowledge. It's a lifetime of information crammed into his brain, and he can pull that information out whenever he wants to on command, Cole. So he was talking about the situation that's going down in Tennessee, where they've kind of gone back and forth, seesawed back and forth on blaming the GM and blaming the coach, right? So he went backwards in time, and then he brought it back forwards in time to say, well, they'll hire a GM one year, and the next year that GM will fire the coach. And then that coach sticks around for a year, and then they fire the GM. And this is just back and forth. There's never a whole lot of
tennis.
Yes, it's tennis back and forth. There's not a lot of vertical integration with how they do things. They're not bringing in coach and GM at the same time. It's not that different from what we saw with the head coaching position in Carolina, just this back and forth with GMs and coaches, Cole. But it begs the question, how do some of these guys in their roles in the NFL and in college football still have a job?
Ooh.
Right? You're like, they made bad decisions. They embarrassed the program, or they embarrassed the franchise in some way, shape, or form. So I want to open it up to the Tolos at 844-326-3663. You can call in on that very same number. One number does it all. How does that guy still have a job? Who is that guy for you?
Yeah.
And you can't say the owner because you can't fire an owner. So how does that guy still have a job? I'm going to look squarely, and this one feels like low-hanging fruit. This one feels easy. Joe Schoen, the Giants GM who let Saquon Barkley go. By the way, Saquon had over 2,000 yards rushing this season. He was an absolute beast in Philadelphia. They let Saquon get away, and then Saquon just torched them on October 20th for 176 yards. And I believe he might have had a touchdown in that game as well. Now, he didn't play the second time around at the very end of the season, the last game of the year, but Saquon was incredible in Philly this year. So again, How does Joe Schoen still have a job after letting Saquon Barkley go?
So I know this question is designed to be one for current coaches, current GMs, but I'm actually going to I'll answer it with the current one, but I am going to tell you where my mind went immediately when you asked the question. I'm going to go in the past a good bit, and I'm going to pull a name because when you asked how does that guy still have a job, I know he was a good coach, Diesel. I know he took his team to Super Bowls. But I could not do this segment without bringing up that when you asked this question, my mind immediately went to Pete Carroll and Seattle for not handing the football off to Marshawn Lynch in the Super Bowl on the 1 yard line or the 3 yard line, whatever it was. I know it's not a current coach, but to me, that will always, 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 always be the perfect example of how does that guy still have a job. I don't care what his pedigree. I don't care what his resume said. He did not hand the ball off. They threw it. The Patriots intercepted it. Ball game over. Tom Brady got his, fifth or sixth ring at the time. I think that's the perfect example of when you ask this question, it has to be prefaced with just like Pete Carroll. How did Pete Carroll still have a job after not handing the ball off to Marshawn Lynch? I think it was a travesty, as Dewey would say.
But what if he hands that ball off and Marshawn gets stood up at the goal line?
Oh, that wasn't going to happen.
Well, what if it did, though?
There's no way.
What if it did? Like, look, I mean, you can always look back at an individual play and say, well, that was a bad call. And people question it every single day. They question it every single possession. Why did you make that play? Why did you throw it into the flat on 3rd and 8 instead of throwing it downfield?
Yeah, but that's
what kind of dumb playing call?
Lynch, you'd hand the ball off. Now, currently, though, somebody that still has a job, you went pro. Could be college or pro, I guess, right?
I mean, God, even before the run last year, we were questioning the same thing about Brad Brownell. How does Brad Brownell still have a job?
We were, and you know what? He proved to us last year that he was a good coach. You know, that's interesting. I'm trying to think college-wise. I know you went pro. I'd like to go college on this because there are some guys at the college level that I feel that way about. It'll be fun to ask this question again in a week from now after the national championship's over. But it could have been Ryan Day. I'll tell you this. I might go Lincoln Riley here. I might go Lincoln Riley and say at the beginning of the season, I said that this year was the year he had to prove himself, that it was too early off of the little information we had from his first few years at USC. It was too early to call, right? This year, he didn't prove himself. So maybe – is it an overreaction for me to say Lincoln Riley deserves to be in this conversation for how does that guy still have a job? Because Lincoln Riley has pretty much, now that he's been given time, Diesel, he's fallen on his face at USC.
Yeah, there's those coaches who rise in the ranks because they've got a great name and they don't necessarily have this uber pedigree. And he was brought in because he was going to be able to bring basically his entire Oklahoma roster with him. And now that he doesn't have that anymore, now that he's got to go out and recruit guys, it's not going so well for him.
No,
and that's a great – and look, hey, how many times have we talked about the leashes on these coaches are getting shorter and shorter and shorter. We're talking about guys in the NFL who are getting fired after 1 year. We're seeing college coaches who are getting fired very, very quickly as well. Look, these buyouts aren't going anywhere. And it's getting incredibly expensive to be this testy and short with coaches.
I think I'd also add Mike Gundy to that list.
Ooh.
Mike Gundy, like, is he there now? I mean, how does he still – he's been there for literally 496 years. He's been in Oklahoma State that long.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think I would add Mike Gundy to that list of how does that guy still have a job.
Lester Green on the stream says, I don't have an issue with Marshawn. He had at least 3 goal line fumbles that year, but he was still a beast.
Still Marshawn Lynch.
I mean, he was beast mode for a reason. Cole, I'm going to look at this one, and this may be a little bit dangerous, so I'm going to whisper it.
Oh.
Kirk Ferentz in Iowa. Has Kirk Ferentz still have a job? Like, that program has never really been anything, but Iowa football should be a lot better and a lot more consistent than it is. I mean, they've got a fan base that packs out that stadium week after week. And Kirk Ferentz, I kind of look at him like Mike Tomlin from the NFL. Like, he's gonna win you a decent amount of games every year. It's very unlikely he's going to go sub 500, and he's certainly not going to do it 2 years in a row. So, I mean, is Iowa football and the athletic director and the fans, are they happy with being what they are?
Texter says, Jerry Jones, how does he still have a job?
Well,
Well, he has a job because
team.
he's the owner.
Yeah, you can't fire that guy.
There's no one that can fire him unless it's the NFL owners who come together and have him removed, kind of similar to how Snyder was done in Washington, kind of forced out a little bit. But Jerry Jones still has a job because he owns the team, number one, because number two, as long as he has the revenue and the team, the organization, the franchise where he does year in and year out is the most valuable, that's all he cares about. Texter from the 764 says, that Clemson coach in Oklahoma, how does he still have a job? Pretty sure this texter's referencing Mr. Venables, Diesel.
Yeah, he
has. Good question.
Yeah, it is a good question, and it's going to get louder and louder into maybe not this offseason, but probably the next offseason. Now he's going to get a smidge of a pass because they just made their way into the SEC.
He does get a little bit of a pass, yeah.
But that excuse is not going to hold up for long, considering Texas walked right into the SEC. I get it; they didn't play equal schedules, but the Oklahoma fans don't care about that.
No.
They care. All they want you to do is win. They're not going to accept the excuses if Texas is having an easy time and they're getting to at least to the semifinals of the college football playoff. Texture, and I assume, Texture, that you're talking about Kirk Ferentz here. This comes from Buckeye Mike. He beat 2 SEC teams and played a tough Big Ten schedule. Are you talking about that game? Is that what you're talking about, Texture, or are you talking about somebody else? Because Iowa lost to Missouri.
Oh, is he talking about Oklahoma State?
Is he talking about Mike Gundy? Okay, I don't know who you say he, but we see these text messages not necessarily in real time.
Was it Mike? Let's see. Oklahoma State.
Did
Oklahoma
State beat 2 SEC teams?
Yeah, if you want to consider Arkansas an SEC team, yeah. I mean, come on.
I mean,
Buckeye, Mike. Are we really going to brag about?
Like
and by the way,
USA.
You beat them in double overtime.
Yeah.
It took double overtime to beat Arkansas, who is not good.
He's also now should be Oklahoma State should rightfully be the big dog in the Big 12 now, right? When Texas and OU leave, Oklahoma State should have been able to slide right into that position and take control of the Big 12, and they were unable to do that. They let Utah newbies do it.
He said he meant Lincoln Riley. Thank you for clarifying. Let's see. They beat SEC.
They beat LSU early.
LSU
in Vegas.
early. First game of the year. First game 27-20.
That feels like it was like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, but here's the problem with Lincoln Riley. And look, this year, you're right. You beat LSU if you're USC, but you went 7-6. Is 7-6 acceptable?
And you also lost 5 games in a row down the stretch last year. You started off really hot and you fell apart in the second half of the season when you had Caleb Williams.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. It just depends what your standards, what your expectations are. And a real quick note on Oklahoma. If we're having this conversation on January the 7th, 2026, 1 year from the day, if Oklahoma, they went 6-7 last year, Diesel. If they go 6-7 or something like that again, or 500, if we're having this same conversation 1 year from the day, then maybe Brent Venables is not even the coach.
Yeah, and so the schedule for Oklahoma next year, out of conference, Illinois State win, Michigan, that's tough. 50-50 game maybe.
Maybe.
Temple is a win, and then Kent State, that's a win. So you could go at worst 3-1 out of conference. And then, by the way, you've got Auburn, Texas, at South Carolina, Ole Miss, at Tennessee, at Alabama, Missouri, and LSU. It's going to be tough to win 8 games in Norman next year.
It really is. Percy on the text line, 844 fan phone, the new text line. Percy says, I know this is off topic, but maybe Venables should go for the Clemson DC job. I just don't believe he's going to take a step back from head coach to go to the DC job. Obviously, Clemson fans would love to have him, but I don't know if that will happen or not. All right. I need the help of the Tolos because this morning, as I was show prepping, I found myself curious, Diesel. What are the best a lot of ifs here because it's Tuesday, the snow is expected Friday, Saturday. A lot of ifs. It may not happen. It may be a dusting.
Talking to you, Madcraft.
That's right. But what are your Tolos? What are your best snow day tips? I need your best snow day tips. If we were to get a couple inches of snow, if it were enough to break the old sled and four-wheeler out this weekend, we'll get into that next. So I did it now. I did it. We're even on the day. I started talking before I turned my mic on, so now we're even. Here, take that. I asked the question coming out of the very last segment what the best snow day tips were. Gotten some pretty good feedback so far. You can text the show if you're wondering, how do we get feedback? How do we interact with the show? Well, we're live on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. The comment stream's open there. Also, the text line 844-FAN-PHONE. Let's see. Texter says this is, let's see, no name. That's okay. I'll get it. 838. No, what? Literally, it says the name. My bad. Tolo Steve. Make sure you've got some firewood for the fireplace.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you get that going. Get you a nice big bowl of chips, something to wash it down with. Oh, and you've got the Ohio State Buckeyes to watch on Friday night. How about Tolo Steve? Says you need firewood, a bag of chips, and the Buckeyes.
Well, that'd be bad at my house because we have gas logs.
Yeah, that would be bad.
House.
Bad if I live in an apartment, so it'd be bad if I had firewood in the apartment as well.
Not you open a window. I'm sure you'd be fine.
Yeah. I did sneak. Let me tell you this. Don't tell anybody.
Oh,
so if there's anybody listening, please don't. Apartments are pretty strict with fire and grills and stuff. I did sneak, and I did get the other day. I bought a fire pit. We'll see if I get a letter.
Is it one of those little smokeless fire pits? The
no,
small
no,
ones?
no,
it's
there's
big
no,
boy?
no. It's smoke. It's smoke full. I mean, it smokes.
I used to grill on my patio all the time. I mean, I got a fire extinguisher somewhere in the apartment.
I like it, but that's the only downside that I don't like is the grills. I have space for it, but they don't allow it.
They don't allow it.
But just don't tell anybody.
How are you going to get a nice, juicy grilled steak? You're not going to walk all the way down to the pool.
I'm not a steak on the grill guy. Anyways, I'm a
cast iron.
Cast iron. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Everybody says it's a great thing. I've never even tried to make a grilled steak.
It's the best. You'll never cook a steak on a grill again. It's so good.
I mean, it does evenly heat.
Oh,
I get it.
Good.
I get
it's
it.
So good.
Corn Chip says golf courses are good spots.
Oh, that's
sledding.
True. Good call there, Corn Chip. We used to do a lot of that growing up.
Both of the golf courses near my house have been torn up for housing developments. It sucks.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Sucks,
did see
man.
I did see that. Was that one of them burnt down? Or?
Well, yeah.
Was that his?
Legacy Pines burnt down.
That's what I thought.
Not good. And it stayed open for a couple of years. They just had a burnt down building on the property.
Yeah.
And then Bonnie Bray Golf Course.
Man.
That's also been turned into. Now I fished the crap out of those ponds.
Yeah.
After they shut them down, and don't tell anybody, but I might have relocated a few fish out of those.
No big deal. DB says on the YouTube stream, buy a snow shovel today, some rock salt for sidewalks, warm waterproof boots. Well, look, I'm a duck hunter. I already got that, DB. For walking in the slush, if you decide to venture out, drive slow and keep way behind the car in front of you. Also, due to many compromised trees, snow ice accumulation on said trees may cause them to fall. More power outages possible. That's true.
Dan B's got plenty of power. Dan B's got
generators.
He's got generators.
But
and I got one too now. So that's
right.
That's a good idea. Those of you who may be a little concerned, see if you can go pick one if you can afford it.
But again, I'll say it again. I said this earlier. If it snows or ices or whatever, just don't go on the road at all. Get your stuff now. Stay home.
What if we both called out and said we were stuck in our driveways?
We got an email earlier about the snow. Making sure we let people know that it's snowing and
I think the email said, quit whining, get your ass to work.
There was nothing in the email that said if you feel like you can't make it 45 minutes to work or feel safe going home from work.
It might take you an hour and a half to get here.
I know.
From Spartanburg.
What if I can't make it Friday night? Oh, boy, I might have to sleep. Oh, no. I can't stay here at the radio station. We'll see. Texter says, Tolo Phil, call off work, find a hill, go sledding. I like it.
When we come back, Cole, let's jump into the world of brand new head coaches in the state of North Carolina and judge. We can rank them. Who's most likely to be successful in 2025? That's coming up next on the Fan Upstate. brand new head football coaches in the state of North Carolina going into the 2025 football season. Here in this segment, we'll do a little ranky poo, see who might have the best chance of being successful at their individual institutions. But before we get there, the self-proclaimed gonna hit 80 next year in the Wire to Wire Upset Picks Challenge, Harold, joins the show. Harold, how are you today, sir?
Oh, I'm sitting out here on the patio getting a little cold, but I've listened to your whole show. And that last segment, I think you're going to be surprised. As much as I hate it, Daryl Loggins, I believe, is going to be real good with Appalachian State, Diesel.
Ooh,
but listen, on this mock draft you've been talking about, and Cam Ward, what happened to him those last two games where he only had to win one to get into playoff, AC. But my question, I didn't hear the name Kennard. That he got the top defensive player of the year in college football.
He did.
And what team, what I've seen between the Panthers and the Falcons need defense, and so does the Panthers. Now, they're taking this guy out of Georgia. Is he better than Kennard?
It's a good question and a very good point. I'm looking on that same ESPN mock draft. They do not have Kyle Kennard, who, you're right, was one of the best edge rushers in the country. They don't even have Kyle Kennard, Harold, in the first round. So, you know what?
He's going to end up being a steal.
100%.
God, could you imagine 100%. If the Carolina Panthers were able to snap him up in the first 10 picks of the second round?
You got Clowney on the one end, you got Kennard. I hope the Panthers, much I don't like them, but at least they'll be local, something I know,
sure.
You kind of be familiar with them. But whoever needs a defensive end, I mean, I don't know these pros. I mean, I listen to them on the radio, on Sundays where I can't on this Infinity where they go down. But I'm watching the playoffs, and what I've seen, the Panthers are sorry. They beat a sorry Atlanta team. So if you only get all up to that, but whoever gets the number one pick, now if you don't need a quarterback. See, that's got me bamfuzzled, Kennard. I still got feelings of him sitting out because it was him getting the 13th penalty that kept him out of the playoff, getting that penalty against LSU.
Harold, what was that word you just said? Bamfuzzled?
Yeah.
I'd never heard that one before. I thought we were going to have to hit the dump button.
Listen, boys, I'm an old man. I got a bunch of them. But, it just blows my mind, my stuff like this, Kennard seems like he would want to make up for that game. It was his 13th penalty that cost him the game. He says, well, I'm going to stay and let them do something that hadn't never done but twice by two coaches and win two games. There'd been something to kind of make up for that LSU. Sure. But, I think they missed him more than Rocket Sanders. Because, listen, they got running backs, but I ain't getting into football. I'll wait till next year if I'm still around.
Hey, Harold, real quick, before we let you run, you've been around a little while, you say. Is it going to snow? Going to snow on this weekend at all?
Yeah, we're going to get snow. Listen, I've been here since 66 when I got the Navy. And we used to have 2 or 3 big snows about every year, But I don't mind the snow. I mean, I was a truck driver for 33 years, and you can maneuver in snow. But when it comes to ice,
yeah, it's tough.
That's a whole different scenario. That's what we've been getting.
That's right. That's all we get.
Rain and ice, and the power goes out, and all this. I don't have no problem with snow, especially 2 or 3 inches. My goodness, you can get out.
That's nothing.
Do anything you want, But anyway.
Hey, Harold, real quick. Our morning show host, Rob Brown, asked me to ask you, serious question. Have you ever gone by the name Harry?
No.
Okay.
I've gone by the name Hal. That's short for Harold.
Yeah. Maybe Rob had you confused for somebody else. He just texted me and asked for me to ask you that. So there you go. Appreciate it, Harold, as always.
Okay, guys. Y'all have a good evening now.
You
Talk
too,
to
brother.
You later.
Thank you, Harold. Now, that's an interesting conversation there, Cole, with regards to Kyle Kennard. Now,
it is.
I don't know if you can put a whole lot of stock in this, but clearly the Carolina Panthers like drafting South Carolina Gamecock players. They got a couple on the roster as of right now. Jadeveon Clowney is going to be going into his second year of his 2-year contract with the Carolina Panthers, and he's an older player. I mean, if he's still there at which I would presume would be 41st in the second round, Cole, would you go edge with your first
Absolutely.
2 picks and have 2 nasty defensive edge rushers?
You know why? Teams in the NFL don't get rid of edge rushers. They don't. Right. It just doesn't happen.
Well, the Panthers did.
Well, for whatever reason, they made a mistake there. Brian Burns let them go. I'll tell you this. You're right. I think Kyle Kennard in the second round could be a steal. I think he could be. So that's a good point.
Whoever gets him is going to get a good player. And like I was saying, with Jadeveon going into his second year, you got a guy that could enter the rotation and can play either side of that edge, and just absolutely wreak havoc on that defensive line for the Carolina Panthers. So Cole, and I appreciate Harold for leading us in with this very topic. 5 new head coaches going into the 2025 season. Dowell Loggins at App State, Tim Albin at UNC Charlotte, Blake Harrell at East Carolina, Bill Belichick at North Carolina, and Jake Dickert, the new head football coach at Wake Forest. I wonder, Cole, because I don't think all of them can be successful. Number one, you got to define success at these particular institutions. Number two, how are we going to rank who is the most successful of these 5 head coaches, or who has the potential to be successful at their institutions?
I would say who's there the longest. However, you talk about a place like, I don't know, UNC Charlotte, they have expectations.
Do they? UNC Charlotte's expectation, I think, is a bowl game. Just get to a bowl game.
Bowl game.
Once every couple of seasons. And Charlotte, that Charlotte has a tremendous amount of potential.
Sure.
They're in a great market. They're just outside of Charlotte in Concord. You've got a great campus. You've got easy transportation in and around the university. They've just never been able to build a fan base for that school. And Cole, this is a weird one. They are already expanding their stadium when they can't even come close to filling out 15,000 seats, which is what they have. Now, they built their stadium in a way that can be easily expanded with very wide concourses. And I know
is
promised.
It downtown?
No, it's on campus.
Wow.
Yeah, they promised. They promised the American Athletic Conference that when they accepted the invitation, that they were going to increase their capacity. But the problem is, you can increase capacity by building seats all you want to. If you can't fill them, it looks terrible, and you're going to be at the bottom of the barrel in your conference when it comes to attendance. So, Cole, let's go one by one through these just quickly. App State, the expectation at App State is 10 wins.
Yeah.
The expectation is 10 wins. The question is, can Dowell Loggins, with his NFL experience, with his OC experience at South Carolina under Shane Beamer, do you believe that Dowell Loggins is going to be successful? Let's call it in his first 2 years, because we talked about the leash being very short on these coaches. Do you think in his first 2 seasons, Dowell Loggins can reach 10 wins and get the Mountaineers into, at the very least, the Sun Belt championship game?
It's a good question. In 2 years?
Yeah. If we're having this conversation on January 7th, 2027, and App State has another year of 7 wins or 8 wins or missing a bowl game, this fan base is going to want him gone.
I don't know. 2 years. I'd say maybe 3 years.
Okay, give it 3. Well, let's just make it easy and go 3.
Because 2 would be quick. I'd say, Scott Satterfield, he was coach of the year, but I think it wasn't like his last year there. So, I'm not saying it should take 8 years like it did for Scott Satterfield, and I don't think he's going to pull a Eli and be there for what was he there, a year?
Yeah, he was there long enough to drink this bottle of water, and he was gone to Missouri.
No, I think 3 years is a good number. 2 years, maybe too quick when it comes to winning 10 games, but Dowell Loggins, once he gets the coaching staff in that he wants, and people don't realize that doesn't always happen immediately. Sometimes that takes a couple of years to get the staff that you want. Ask Shane Beamer.
And the Sun Belt East is tough.
Yeah.
Now, Huff, the head coach who was there at Marshall, who just won the conference, took his entire staff and most of the team with him to Southern Miss. So the western part of the conference just got a little bit better. But James Madison is always strong. Coastal Carolina and Tim Beck, they're entrenched. He's not going anywhere. You've got I'm blanking on his name now. Former Southern Cal head coach Helton down at Georgia Southern. You got some good teams in the Sun Belt East. I give Dowell about a 70% chance to reach 10 wins by year 3.
That's fair. That's fair. I say by year 3, I think he should be there. I think, and you tell me, I think App State needs some stability. And I know Sean Clark was there for 5 years, but the back end of his career wasn't the best. And I think they need some stability with Dow Loggins. And you know what? We hear this all the time. Winning cures everything. Like if Dow Loggins and App State gets off to a hot start in year 1, it does cure everything. Ask Lamont Paris how quickly he was able to win at South Carolina for the basketball program last year, and all of a sudden you're the guy. Everybody's behind you, even more so to where this year doesn't really even matter if you have a bad year if you're Lamont Paris because you did so well. So if Dow Loggins can do really well in year 1, who knows? Maybe it's quicker than 3 years.
It is concerning, and maybe it's because he intends to call plays himself, but he hasn't named an offensive coordinator yet. And it's been a couple of weeks since he was hired. Quickly, we mentioned this one, UNC Charlotte and Tim Albin. You might be saying, who the heck is Tim Albin? He's kind of a journeyman coach, as most of these guys are, who spent a lot of time in the FCS. 20 years ago, he was at North Dakota State when they were still Division II, but they were running roughshod over a lot of guys, over a lot of teams. What are you thinking about Charlotte? Can he get them to 6 wins?
I don't know. 3 years, maybe. He was at Ohio as the head coach the last 3 years. You said it. North Dakota State, Nebraska, Northeastern State. That's where he started back in the 80s.
He went 33-19 at Ohio, which is a good MAC program.
Look, this guy's been around the block. I mean, his resume is impressive, Diesel. He's been in 13 bowl games. So 13 times his team has made the postseason. A lot of All-American selections, 83 All-Americans that he's put out there. So you know what? Maybe I'll be a little more optimistic. I do think, to your point earlier, I think Charlotte has potential, especially being in the freaking South right here in the SEC country. A lot of good options to choose from, a lot of talent. I mean, Mecklenburg County High School, Charlotte should be able to recruit just Mecklenburg County and win 9 games a year. Every single season they
in
should
the
be
American?
They should.
Maybe in Conference
Mecklenburg
USA.
County is stacked with athletes. I mean,
true.
It is a hotbed. So I'll say, I'll go optimistic there and say yes.
Blake Harrell, who has been on staff at East Carolina for a couple of years. He's in his 23rd. Was named the 23rd head coach at East Carolina. He is an interim guy. I don't like hiring interim guys.
I don't either.
Now, he came in the second half of the season after they fired Mike Houston and took his team on a run and got his team into a bowl game. But I don't like interim head coaches being hired.
No,
I don't.
I really don't. I'll tell you this. That program is one of those that right now I can't figure out.
In the 90s, East Carolina was incredible.
And Mike Houston's a good coach.
Yeah.
Like, here's the problem that East Carolina, in my opinion, is going to have with his coaching search. Okay, go find somebody out there who has a better resume and has done more than Mike Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Mike Houston was incredible at JMU.
Good luck finding a coach as good as Mike Houston. I know it didn't work out. The situation's important. But I don't know. I'll go no here. I'll go no.
It's going to be a tough sell. I mean, that fan base is as twitchy as any other that I've ever been around, especially a program that hasn't really lived up to anything that the fan base wants it to be. They are so hungry for a winner to the point where, Cole, I think it borders on toxicity among that fan base. So I wish Blake Harrell the best of luck, but I don't think he's going to get them because they also expect 10 wins a year.
It's for me, though. It's one of those things. If you don't win with him, with Mike Houston, I don't know. It kind of reminds me of what's his name, who was at Florida as the head coach that Florida fired. That's now doing TV games. The broadcaster Dan. Why am I just drawing on a blank here? Tolos, help me out. Who's now an announcer for college football, starts with a D, Dan. He coached in Florida. I can't think of his name. It reminds me, same situation there. They had a good coach. If Mike Houston couldn't win at East Carolina, I don't know who could. I mean, it's going to be tough.
The best head coach that they've had in a long time at East Carolina, Skip Holtz, was only 60% win percentage.
Dan Mullen, thank you,
which
Rob.
is not fantastic. And then, they also fired Ruffin McNeil, who's known as one of the best men in coaching anywhere.
Yeah.
And he was winning at a 60% clip as well. And they fired him because they expected more. And ultimately, things did not work out well for him.
How can I not think of Dan Mullen's name?
Yeah.
That's embarrassing.
After Ruffin McNeil, they went 9-26 with the following head coach, Scotty Montgomery. It was not a good choice. So, Cole, here we go. We're getting into the big boys here. We got two schools with new head coaches. Jake Dickert at Wake Forest, who was at Washington State before. He went 23-20, and you got big old Bill Belichick in Chapel Hill.
Is that a fat joke?
No, not at all. He's just a big deal. Big deal, Bill.
Big deal. Be careful with that. With that choice of word. Look, when it comes to Jake Dickert, I know he has experience. I know he played college football in Wisconsin. North Dakota State obviously has coaching experience there, and when you see that on a resume, South Dakota, he was there as well. So he's got the resume, just like we were talking about earlier. Washington State, Wake Forest now. Wake Forest is a tough place to win.
It is.
No offense to him. I'm going to say no because it's tough. I mean, the ACC, you should be able to go win some games, but Wake Forest has not put the resources.
Wake Forest needs to be in the American. They don't need to be in the ACC. That's the biggest thing holding back the ACC is having small private institutions littered all over that conference.
Yeah.
Not having giant fan bases that are churning out a lot of alumni. You got rich alumni coming out of that program or out of that school. But the problem is you don't have very many of them. So they're not able, you got lawyers coming out of there. You got a medical school in Winston-Salem.
Yeah. It's not football players.
But it's not great football players. And those doctors and lawyers, they ain't, shelling out a whole lot of money for a mediocre product. And then Bill Belichick in Chapel Hill.
Now to Bill. The question is, how quickly will he find success? Right?
Yeah.
It wasn't long ago, North Carolina was playing for ACC championships with Drake May. So North Carolina's no stranger to the rain there. They have been able to appear in Charlotte. And in the ACC, you might say, oh, well, that's not really that big of a – you're still in championship game. I think that Bill Belichick will be able to do it within 3 years if we're setting that 3-year parameter.
We're talking ACC championship
game.
I think
so. I think he'll be able to appear in an ACC championship within 3 years because, number one, of the surrounding conference. I've made no bones. I don't think the ACC is any good. That's just my opinion. Number two, I think that Bill Belichick will be able to draw talent quickly. That's what you have to do in the modern era of college football. I think so.
Who's their big competition on the rise around it? Outside of Dabo Swinney and Clemson, and outside of maybe Brent Key at Georgia Tech, who's doing good things down there. Dave Doran's not doing anything. Maybe Duke comes up a little bit, but it's still Duke. It's still a small private school.
Yeah.
Miami is there. We'll see. I mean, you got to assume that they're going to replace Cam Ward with somebody with talent. So Miami should be at least decent next year.
No, I think so, man. I mean, are you going within three?
Well, can Bill Belichick?
I think so. In the ACC, I think he can.
Just because, it's a very top-heavy league with 2 or 3 teams, and you're kind of almost by default sitting there in third place in the conference, and all you got to do is raise up one spot.
If Rhett Lashley in year 1 can take SMU to Charlotte,
but
Bill Belichick can do it in 3.
But SMU was built to be great this year. A lot of seniors on that team. Next year, when they're a much, much younger team, is SMU going to be even a shell of what they were this year?
It'd be interesting. They probably won't, but I'm telling you this. For the first time ever, thank God for Bill Belichick, I'm excited about the ACC and what it can be in 2025. I mean, if Miami bounces back, it's going to be fun. Bill Belichick, college football, it might not work, Diesel, but hey, at least we're going to have a front row seat to it. We had a great conversation with Ryan Horvat earlier in the show. If you missed it, we have it for you next. Anytime you want to get in on the conversation while we have a guest on the show, you can text the text line. We may not ask the guest your question, but you can at least attempt to get in on the conversation. 844-FAN-PHONE, 844-326-3663 is the way you can text the show right now. Phone line same as well. One number now does it all as we bring in Ryan Horvat, BetMGM tonight, BetQL. You can follow him on Twitter. Please give him a follow at Ryan Horvat. That's Horvat. Ryan, first of all, we appreciate you hopping on with us on Wire to Wire for the very first time. Welcome into the show. Hopefully it's not the last. But second of all, we see Antonio Pierce of the Raiders being fired just a few moments ago. I want to ask about the short leashes that we've seen thus far on NFL coaches, if you think that is going to be something that continues for the next 5 to 10 years to be a trend.
I do, and thanks for having me. And not to pile on Antonio Pierce, I just never really liked the hire. And it's funny because, like, a lot of the guys that were vouching for Antonio Pierce, Devontae Adams, no longer even in Vegas. And it's just my issue with that hire is, and let's be honest, like, that team doesn't have a whole lot of talent, and he didn't get a whole lot of time. But at the end of the day, like, you look at the rest of that division, and you have Harbaugh, and you have Andy Reid, and you have Sean Payton. It's like, the math problems that my son brings home. You have 3 apples and 1 banana. One of these things isn't alike. All those guys are going to be Hall of Fame coaches, and I like Antonio Pierce, but he didn't really have any experience. Former player, takes over as an interim head coach, gets his guys to play hard. So I just feel like he didn't get a fair shake, and it's unfortunate because that team was never going to be good enough to win 7-8 games with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell as their starting quarterback. I do think this is something that we're going to see, though, right? Just because I think New England's another example where New England probably would have hired Mike Vrabel, but if you hire Mike Vrabel last year with that roster, I think that, like, you're trying to sell the locker room and the fans on a rebuild. And if you bring in Vrabel, they're probably thinking, hey, we're trying to win now or win by next year. Now, New England kind of figures out, hey, we have something in Drake May, even though he's playing behind an XFL offensive line. They don't really have great skill position players, but now they probably want to get their guy in there because they realize, hey, we got something with Drake May. I just think this is something that's going to continue, and it sucks for these guys. And we'll see where a guy like Antonio Pierce ends up. Is he a coordinator? Does he ever get another gig as head coach? I don't know, but I do think that, unfortunately, this is a trend that we're going to continue to see in the NFL, which sucks.
Joined right now by Ryan Horvat of BetMGM. You can hear him immediately after our show is over here at 7 o'clock. Ryan, I want you to know that you may be the arbiter of the longest grudge that I've ever held, and I was ready to go, ready to fire this bullet back at you about Aaron Rodgers. You're an unabashed Aaron Rodgers lover, and I get it. But at the beginning of the season, you told me, Aaron, that the Jets were going to win the division. And, I had that bullet in the holster for so long, ready to go for when I got to tell Ryan Horvat, a guy who's so much smarter than I am, I told you so. How do you feel about Aaron Rodgers coming back for another year in 2025? He's, it's still very raw and very new that the season is over. But what would your money say about him coming back for another year?
Man, I still can't believe how bad that team was this year. Now, here was always my thing with the Jets, right? Like, with the Bills, I worried about their defense. And right now, I'm still worried about their defense. But Josh Allen was just superhuman this season. That's why I think he should be the MVP of the league. Pretty much carried that team. I didn't see that coming from Buffalo this year. I thought there was going to be some regression. Miami is who I thought that they were going to be. New England was in complete rebuild mode. And I figured even if Rodgers is washed, even if he is coming off this devastating injury, he's 40 years old, 41 years old, that defense is going to be top 5. Week 1, man, I realized, oh, man, I made a big, big mistake. They're playing San Francisco in prime time. Christian McCaffrey's out, and Jordan Mason goes off for like $150 or whatever it was. And I was like, oh, my God, this defense is super overrated. Now, like, Rodgers' numbers, actually not that bad this year, man. And I like what I saw. A couple of those games down the stretch, he looked like he was finally healthy. I think he's done. It's not as bad as Peyton that final year in Denver. And what's funny is Peyton won a Super Bowl that year because of that defense, even though he was benched. But he had no zip on the ball. Rodgers could still make the throws, but, like, also you have to worry about Rodgers coming off an off season. God only knows what he's going to be up to. I think he's probably finished. I don't even know where he could end up, man. You know, like maybe he could go somewhere like Tennessee, but I don't think he's going to go anywhere where you would expect them to contend. So that was a bad bet from me. And it's funny because, I had a pretty good year. I called San Francisco missing the playoffs, and my co-host gave me a hard time for that one. I called Minnesota. I called Seattle to go over their win total, even though they didn't win the division. But the 2 years in a row, me betting the Jets, that's probably the biggest waste of money ever. And I deserve to get heckled for that one. That one I do. I deserve it, man. That was a bad bet. That team sucks.
Hey, Ryan, when you look at the wild card weekend coming up, Saturday, 2 games, and then some games on Sunday, and then 1 game Monday night, the biggest spread of the weekend, Steelers-Ravens, where Baltimore is a 10-point favorite. When it comes to gambling, and I know you guys on your show obviously talk a lot about sports gambling, more so than just your everyday sports show that discusses matchups and so on and so forth, but how is a line like a 10-point line affected by what the Steelers have, or rather have not done in the last 4 games? Because they've been declining. They've been on the decline. Baltimore is now favored by 10 in what I said was the biggest matchup or the biggest spread of the NFL wildcard weekend.
Yeah, and you know what's funny, man, is usually I take the points with Mike Tomlin. Just got done talking about that on Friday night. I bet the Steelers plus 2.5. They end up covering because they only lose the game by 2. You could have had a +3 as well. But Mike Tomlin, when he's an underdog against a divisional opponent, covers 72% of the time.
Wow.
He's one of the best head coaches. But this week, I'm not going to get tricked into the points. I think this is a terrible matchup. Also, I kind of want to make the case for Baltimore in the AFC. So I joke about this, but it's not a joke. Every July, I bet the Chiefs from now on to win the Super Bowl, because the last couple of years, like I had San Francisco, terrible betting against Mahomes as an underdog. But so now, if you can't beat them, you just join them. You bet the Chiefs, and then at worst, they're probably going to the AFC Championship game, and you'll be able to hedge and bet against them. Your $100 to get your money back. But if they're going to keep giving us 6-1, 7-1 prices, $100 to win $700 on the Chiefs, I'll take it because Mahomes is just that good. But if I'm going to make the case for anybody in the AFC, I love Buffalo because of Josh Allen, and I do think that offense is good enough. I just worry about having to win in shootout fashion in the playoffs. But I'm kind of falling in love with this Baltimore team. Now, last year they had like a historically good defense, but they didn't run the ball for whatever reason against Kansas City. They had that game at home, and they decided to drop Lamar back 30-plus times. I have no issues with the offense. My concern with Baltimore this season was the defense. Weeks 1 through 11, they were 30th in pass defense EPA. They couldn't stop anybody. Since week 11, they've actually been number 1 against the pass. They made a couple like minor changes. They benched Marcus Williams, who was not playing well. They moved Ardarius Washington to full-time free safety, and then they moved Marlon Humphrey into the full-time slot. And all of a sudden, they have the best pass defense in the league. They have Derrick Henry. They have that offense. I think that's why that's such a big number. Also, the Ravens' defense has kind of switched up. So they're playing a much higher rate of man coverage now. And Russell Wilson splits against zone coverage. He's a top 10 quarterback still this year. Against man coverage, he falls outside the top 15. And I have no faith in that Pittsburgh offense. I mean, they just look cooked right now. They couldn't muster up 200 yards of offense against the Bengals defense, and they just fired their coordinator yesterday. So I think Baltimore is the side. It seems like a lot of points, but I mean, we said that, the other night too, and they were 20-point favorites, and they covered that spread. I just think Baltimore's really trending in the right direction right now. And I actually think they're the biggest threat to Kansas City in the AFC.
Ryan, Notre Dame has been putting up video game numbers for the majority of the season. I mean, you look back at the last couple of games, 49, 35, 52, 51 points. And then all of a sudden, Riley Leonard forgets how to throw touchdowns in the playoff. I mean, it's an acute regression over the past 2 weeks. How do you place bets around Riley Leonard's performance, or do you completely stay away from him when it comes to betting this game against Penn State?
If you want to do anything like with props, I would take his rushing yards because Notre Dame's probably going to have to run him into the ground. I'm a huge Notre Dame homer. I am a fan, but I hate this matchup actually against Penn State. My biggest bet of the year was Notre Dame against Georgia. That wasn't a great Georgia team. Like, you were kidding yourself if you believed in Georgia this year. They didn't have a Brock Bowers or a Ladd McConkey. It had nothing to do with Gunner. If Carson Beck starts that game, they still don't win. They had a good, not great defense. But this Penn State team, like, I keep asking everybody, hey, what's your knock on Penn State this season? And it's all James Franklin can't win the big game. But you could kind of say that about everybody, right? And it's funny because everybody fell in love with Dan Lanning, and I really like Dan Lanning too. But what's the biggest game he's won? Last year, he lost to Kalen DeBoer twice. This year, they got blown out by Ohio State. Steve Sarkisian, I really like him. He hasn't won a big game yet. Other than Kirby, nobody's really won the big game yet because Nick Saban won the big game every year. Dabo, has won a couple, but Saban's gone now. So I kind of like this Penn State team, man. Drew Aller, he's got some bad mechanics. He gets shaky in the pocket, but I easily think he could be QB number one. Imagine if he was the quarterback at Ohio State and he had Jeremiah Smith and all those wide receivers. That's my only problem with Penn State. They don't really have a receiver that could create separation, and Notre Dame probably has the best secondary in the country. They have really good safety, so I think they should be able to take out Tyler Warren in this game. So if you want to do like props, I like Riley to have a big game on the ground. I don't know about his passing attack, but that's kind of why I like Penn State in this game. This is the hardest game to break down, man. Two really good defenses, two really good rushing attacks, but I don't know if they're going to be able to run the ball on each other. So I look at it like who has the better kicker and who has the better quarterback, and I think that's Penn State. The advantage I give Notre Dame is I think Marcus Freeman is a very good coach. I think he'll be in the NFL soon. He coached circles around Kirby, and I think he could easily do the same against James Franklin, but that game's too hard to bet, man. I feel like my advice would be bet it live. Like Penn State goes down the field, they score a touchdown because Andy Kotelnicki's a genius as a play caller, and you're getting Notre Dame +4, +3.5. Maybe take some points, but right now it's at a pick, and I can make the case for both teams to win this game. I'm a big Notre Dame fan, but I'm nervous, man. I think Penn State wins, to be honest.
Ryan Horvat, BetGM tonight, joining us right here on the Fan Upstate. Ryan, this question may really make me upset when you give me the answer. You may not know the answer off the top of your head. Might have to do some digging in your files. But before the season started back in August, I predicted Ohio State to win the national championship. If I would have made a financial investment in that prediction, can you someday, it might be now, you might have to get back to me on that, tell me how much I would have regretted not making that bet?
To win it all, I believe they were like +800 to start the season, man. So I think $100 would have won you $800, and I would have been with you. That's the most talented roster in college football. And again, though, it's like, well, when's Ryan Day going to win the big game? Yeah. I do like the Chip Kelly hire. What's funny, man, is everybody was ragging on Will Howard. Oh, I don't trust Will Howard. Will Howard has been damn good. The problem with Ohio State, if they lose to Texas, and I did take the points with Texas, I just think 6 points for Steve Sarkisian is way too many, and Texas has a really good defense themselves. But I think if they lose, it's because of the offensive line. I mean, if you go back, like you watch the Nebraska game, they have Quinshot Judkins and they have Trevion Henderson, both NFL running backs, and they only had 63 rushing yards against Nebraska, 2.6 yards per carry or whatever it was. And it was because they lost their starting center, they lost the tackle, and they had one of the worst offensive lines in the country, not just in the Big Ten. But that's looked much different the last couple of weeks. Also on the defensive side of the ball, I think Jim Knowles is really good. He'll probably be a head coach soon. I think that's a really talented defense, and they've kind of flipped what they've been doing. They were playing a bunch of Tampa 2, the first 2 years, 3 years, whatever it was that Knowles was there. Now they're playing more cover 2, and that's where you could really give Quinn Ewers fits. I mean, they've taken away the RPO game for Oregon. I think they're going to be able to do the same for Texas, but I think Sarkisian is going to have a trick up his sleeve, man. So I'm really excited for that game, but we both probably should have bet Ohio State before the season. I just couldn't do it, man, because I hate them.
We've had Ryan Horvat on these airwaves for years. We appreciate you, of course, being such a loyal guest on this show. There's a story that you told quite a while ago that has stuck with me. And the fact that where you are, where your studios are, and I don't know if this is still the case or not, it is not legal to sports bet inside of your building, but it is just down the street at Washington Nationals Park. I just wonder, is that still the case? And how much weight did you lose jogging back and forth, doing a live betting show, running down the street to get your bets in?
Great question. So, no, now, finally, it's all legal. So I could sit in the studio. Right now I'm in my office upstairs, and I could just bet away. But, yeah, it was brutal, man. The first 3 years that I was here, you would have to bet within a 1 mile radius, or no, not even a 1 block radius of Nats Park, or you'd have to go in the sports book. So let's say this, I was betting through my old high school bookie a lot. And now I don't use him as much. Every once in a while I'll use the old PPH, the old illegal bookie, backdoor bookie. But yeah, it's great, especially right now, because we usually don't get hit with snow here, but we got like 4 or 5 inches, maybe more, and it's about 18 degrees. So thank God I don't have to run down the street anymore to bet, man.
Ryan, that's awesome. If you ever come visit South Carolina, you might want to keep that illegal bookie in your back pocket, just FYI. Appreciate you coming on with us. If you talk to our morning show host, tell them you enjoyed our time more than you have ever before on the Fan Upstate.
Yeah, I will. I'll talk to him, I think, in like 2 hours. I'll let him know. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ryan. Ryan Horvat, BetMGM. Fantastic stuff. You've heard him with Rob Brown before. You've heard him on these airwaves. Man, I'll tell you, he's an encyclopedia up there.
It's incredible how he can pull that many names, that many coordinators, that many stats and figures and just historical data out of his brain like that. I mean, it's awesome. It's a special kind of brain.
Imagine having to walk down the street to gamble.
I know.
You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com.
Appreciate you, Tolos, checking out the show today. We're on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Make sure you subscribe, like, follow, however it is you choose to consume the show. We very much appreciate you being here. It's time for our Daily Wires. What's happening out there in the sports world? The LA Chargers have announced plans to sign running back Ezekiel Elliott to their practice squad pending a physical. I'm not sure that Zeke is going to have enough left in the tank to help them out. Maybe provide some insight, maybe provide some almost like coach on the field level of participation with the team, but I don't necessarily see Zeke getting on the field for the playoffs for the Los Angeles Chargers. Got to shout out Twisted Whisker, Buckeye Mike, and Shane Barrett. All three of them won various wire-to-wire challenges this year. Twisted Whisker won the Upset Picks Challenge. Buckeye Mike and Shane Barrett won the 2024 Fantasy Football Leagues. Maybe I'll jump into that next year. Maybe I don't know anything about fantasy football. You know, I know you might love fantasy football. I don't know how to play. It's going to be new to me. I'm going to have to learn. I'm going to have to spend more time while I'm on the toilet, because that's when most people do their fantasy footballing, right? Trying to get a team together. Cole didn't pay attention much this year, and he didn't do well in his fantasy football challenge either. Jerry Jones is going to have to make a decision on Mike McCarthy as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, because teams are a-calling about his services. The Bears have reached out and sought permission to interview him. Now, Jerry can withhold him until January 14th, so another week he could withhold teams from interviewing Mike. So he's got to make that decision. Does he want to bring Mike back next year, in which case then he can prevent other teams from interviewing him, or if he knows that he's not going to bring Mike McCarthy back for the 2025 season, then he's going to have to go ahead and let teams interview him. And the Bears, again, seemingly very much want him. A lot of head coaching vacancies going to be open in the NFL. I don't particularly care for retread after retread after retread head coaches, but when you've got this much money on the line, when you've got such a big enterprise at stake, you'll want a guiding hand that's done it before. So that's why these guys keep getting multiple opportunities time after time after time. The New Orleans Saints quarterback Derek Carr says he is not willing to take a pay cut despite the team not doing so well, despite their struggles. He's gone 14-13 as a starter for the Saints, but he says he believes he has earned his current salary. He is open to restructuring his contract, which, could change around how much he gets paid and when, but ultimately the total amount of money that he gets paid would ultimately not change. This is a big story, and I don't know if I could do what Ricky Pearsall is doing. San Francisco 49ers rookie wide receiver Ricky Pearsall has expressed a desire to meet and forgive the person who shot him in the chest during an attempted robbery last year. If you recall, Ricky was getting into his car. An assailant came up and tried to rob him, steal his watch, and ended up shooting Ricky Pearsall in the chest. He was hospitalized, but luckily, by miracle, avoided serious injury. He says he wants to understand the reasons behind the incident and potentially create a positive impact on the shooter. Again, doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to drop the charges, which would be a big-time positive impact on the shooter. But maybe he could, affect the guy's life going forward. Despite missing 6 weeks of NFL action, Pearsall finished his rookie year with 31 catches for 400 yards and 3 touchdowns. I mean, just think about that. His story, Damar Hamlin's story. You've got 2 guys in the NFL who are using their second lease on life to try to positively impact people. I've seen so many videos of Damar Hamlin and I don't know if you call it a camp, but the events that he's hosted where he's teaching a lot of kids CPR. So great way for players to use their platform for the positive. And I think it's definitely important to talk about those stories and bring those stories up. 10 minutes from right now, Clemson men's basketball will face Louisville tonight. They're on the road facing the Cardinals. Louisville is very good this year. It's been a big turnaround for them because they had a couple of bad years in a row. 7:00 tip-off, so just about 9.5 minutes from right now, that game will get underway. Tomorrow night, you'll have South Carolina hosting number 5 Alabama at 7:00. It's going to be a critical stretch for the Gamecocks and Lamont Paris over the next 6 games, because I think 5 of their next 6 games are against ranked opponents. Things could get sideways and go downhill for the South Carolina Gamecocks team very quickly. So, and it's not going to get any easier down the stretch. The SEC is just a murderer's row in college basketball this year. South Carolina, I think, has to find a way to go 500 over the next 6 games to have a chance at postseason play. Also tomorrow night, Furman will play on the road at Citadel. Furman, a very good basketball team, hovering right there around the 100 mark in the Ken Palm. A good place to be right now. Ultimately, though, the SoCon is a one-bid league. They've got to win the SoCon tournament. Otherwise, the remainder of the regular season doesn't necessarily help them that much. Furman has to, and I hope as Timmons Arena gets renovated and should be open for play next year, that they can get some big-time opponents to come into Timmons Arena and get a big-time win and certainly help them on their resume down the stretch in 2025. The driver who killed NHL hockey player Johnny Gaudreau and his brother has pleaded not guilty to the indictment Tuesday after turning down an offer for 35 years in prison. The driver's name, Sean Higgins, 44-year-old man, appeared in court. He says that the court says that he has a history of road rage and was impaired that day after drinking 5 or 6 beers. What happened was Gaudreau and his brother Matthew were bicycling on the side of the road. The drivers who are in front of Sean Higgins tried to pull to the left to go around them. He thought they were trying to block him and slow him down, so he tried to swerve right and go around them on the edge of the road. And right then, at that exact time, that's where Johnny and Matthew Gaudreau were riding their bicycles. So just a tragic situation there. It was on the same day or the eve of their sister's wedding. So just a tragic situation there. Throw the book at this guy. We don't need people like that out there on the road. It's Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. I appreciate you toloing as long as you have. We'll be back to do it again tomorrow right here on the Fan Upstate live from Warren H. Abernathy Highway in Spartanburg at Ingalls Market.